If you ever need me, just call. I'ma come running, give it my all. Love is love, God wins. Keep your vibrations high and watch how your blessings.
I'm a content creator.
It's okay.
This is my job.
Hey, I bet they mad.
From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick.
What? Nigga, we made it.
You be creators of nonsense, content of self-importance, hate spreading to no end, viral emptiness, no substance. Stop hogging the spotlight and just share that ish. It goes a longer way when you spread that ish. Make it way, just spray that ish. Real chosen ones out here to change that ish. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. Algorithms don't move us, we move to rhythm of truth in us. Hating on love in your sleep. Time is up, now we numbers deep.
Whoa.
One love in multiple forms, vibrating contrary to norms, creating waves worldwide, elevating frequencies high. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. You can't flip the script.
Whoa.
You're having a legend. Get with it, we built it. You can't flip me dip it.
These people don't understand. Stop trying to hog the spotlight and share that shit.
Ralph the Wise, talk to him.
We built this. To the moon. To the moon, Alice.
I'm a content creator.
It's okay.
This is my job.
Hey, I bet they mad.
From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick.
What? Nigga, we made it.
You be creators of nonsense, content of self-importance, hate spreading to no end, viral emptiness, no substance. Stop hogging the spotlight and just share that ish. It goes a longer way when you spread that ish. Make it way, just spray that ish. Real chosen ones out here to change that ish. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. Algorithms don't move us, we move to rhythm of truth in us. Hating on love in your sleep. Time is up, now we numbers deep.
Whoa.
One love in multiple forms, vibrating contrary to norms, creating waves worldwide, elevating frequencies high. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick, get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. You can't flip the script.
Whoa.
You're having a legend. Get with it, we built it. You can't flip me dip it.
These people don't understand. Stop trying to hog the spotlight and share that shit.
Ralph the Wise.
YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, what's going on with y'all? Love is love. Namaste, I say, salutations, shalom, peace. Hope all is well out there. Hope everybody's doing good. We got a couple of things to talk about today. You know, the Breakfast Club with N3on, and I think, the Breakfast Club and what they're doing, it's actually creating a beef between the older generation and the younger generation on the internet. But we'll get into that when we talk about it. But we do got this NickiMinaj and SZA. The fans are not liking this one. And, here's the thing. With Nicki Minaj already into it with Rock Nation, already being into it with Rock Nation, I don't think she should have. And I like they say, I think it was a, communication error, possibly, right? Some jabs was made, some things was said, but the fans are not liking this one at all. They are all over Nicki's Instagram. They say we stand with SZA. Um, Big shaming SZA. Yeah, you're done. Uh, man, the comments. Listen, that's why I say the internet is undefeated, because on top of the fact that the whole McDonald's situation, everybody is playing that music. You know what I mean? I can't imagine what those kids is like. We did play a couple of the songs because we wanted to. Well, we didn't play the one song that's going around because that song sounds creepy as hell. A lot of them songs sound dark. Like a lot of her songs sound like chants or some type of, like, if you say it too much, you're invoking like a, I don't know. But so the comment section is tearing Nicki up right now. They said, "Nurse, she escaped the ward again." They saying giving old and bitter. Come for SZA because you can't handle your nose habit is crazy. Yo, they is not playing with Nicki. Like, Nicki don't be like them 45-year-old ladies in office hating on the young stars. So with her, with Nicki coming out saying what she was saying about the community and whatnot, to get into this back and forth right here, like, and you saying that Rock Nation is the downfall of the community, and then you get into this right here. So yeah, it's not looking good for Nicki at this moment. That's just my opinion. In my opinion, it's just not looking good for her. And then if you look at it from a whole, the community, like everywhere, people is going crazy. You got people pulling, paid in full stunts with their own kids, to try to get out of certain variations of hardship, whatever financial issues she got going on with the Jamil White situation. And then you have this right here with Nicki, right? And you asked me, like, you said Nicki a G, so you thinking she could deal with this and Rock Nation? Because the backlash from this,
she did tell everybody.
she need to pick her battles. That's what I'm saying. She need to pick her battles. The backlash from this is not looking good. If you want the people, if you took a fight with Rock Nation to the public, and that fight is basically banking on how Jay-Z and them is doing the community, then you should be one that, if you're advocating for the community, then you should be one that is also ideally speaking, you know what I mean, good, or at least trying to rally the people around. You got to pick and choose your fights. If you're already in one battle with Rock Nation, why would you go out there and talk shit about this woman right here? Like, it just didn't make sense. So some of the stuff she said is, I know you're not that stupid. If every song you've ever done vanished right now, the music business wouldn't even miss you, right? Then, bitch, what have you ever done besides yodel with auto-tune that needs retuning, right? So these are some of the things that are being said. Go draw your freckles back on Bookie. Justice for Demore. Hashtag deposition Perez. Liar pants on fire. Sounding like a fucking unalive dog, right? So these are some of the things that's coming from Nicki's side, right? And on the top of the weight shaming that she's putting out there, there's some weight shaming involved, so on and so forth. And the fans are not liking it. They're actually, tearing Nicki down. And like I said, this is another one of those fights where it's like the young community is looking at the older community, like, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I say I wanted to talk about these two things today, which is the Breakfast Club and N3on, and Nicki and SZA, because they're two relatable things. And the reason why I say they're relatable is because this is the older generation attacking the younger generation. And y'all keep on saying that the younger generation is the problem, but we won't let them just, get their bag, how they get their bag. Like, let's take the Breakfast Club situation, for instance. N3on is a troller. He made all his money, trolling. So, of course, he trolled, right? He had a team around him that was, telling him or, coaching him into what they wanted him to say regarding, certain things, right? And thank you. And a lot of the stuff that he was doing was just trolling stuff, right? Now, the Breakfast Club can say, yes, they trolled him back by asking him all of those questions, but the internet is undefeated. Now, I keep on saying the internet is undefeated is because once you give it to the internet, you can't take it back. So once they threw these attacks out there, they couldn't take them back. Just like anything else, you can't take back, right? So now we're in a situation where the younger community is like, y'all need to hush y'all old asses up. You know what I mean? And, however you looking at this, the internet is pure chaos. Like you just said, RC, the internet is pure chaos. So when you give something to the internet, you best believe it's going to turn it into chaos, right? So, let me open up the box, come up in the box. I want to hear what you guys are bringing to the table with this, these two variations of conversations. One of which is this Nicki Minaj and SZA situation. Now, mind you, Nicki Minaj, it could be one of those things where Nicki Minaj is like, anybody who's signed to Roc Nation or has dealing with Roc Nation can get it, right? Could be one of those things. Could be one of those situations where it's more so on the line of Grand Rising. It's more so on the line of jealousy, right? That's what a lot of people are going to say, right? That she's jealous of the younger generation. I see a lot of comments saying, sit your ass down and, let the youth have it, or, you know what I mean? Girls, stay off the internet, body shaming while you're far from natural, so on and so forth. So a lot of people are letting Nicki have it in her comment section on Instagram. The internet is undefeated, and Nicki's strong enough to deal with it, but with everything going on with everything that's going on, here's the problem. If it was like the domain of where like older people was at, then I can see Nicki winning this, right? But you're in a younger generation, playground. Like the internet is their playground, right? So you're in their backyard, taking shots, right? So you have to understand the playing field is not even. When you're on the internet, the playing field is not even, right? The playing field favors the youth, right? So when you're on the internet, you got to realize what board you playing on. Just like any other game, you got to read the room, read the field, right? So if you're on the internet and you're trying to gain new followers, you have to subscribe to what they say, a different demographic of people, right? And this is a more so young society right here on the internet. So when you on the internet, you're gonna have to appease to a younger group of people. And with her attacking SZA, body shaming, whatever, they're not feeling that at all. Just like with the Breakfast Club, you're attacking a young, 26-year-old entrepreneur who, grabbed life by the horns and decided to, create the reality that he wanted to live in, right? And the Breakfast Club is still sitting there, in that radio station fashion, switching over to podcast and coming over to the internet. I mean, not coming over to the internet, but coming over to like streaming, live streaming, you got to be very cautious of how you do it. Now, Just Hilarious, Just Not So Hilarious. She on the other hand, she knows the internet. She knows controversy sell. So she knows by reading Aiden Ross' comment that it's going to create a spark from Aiden Ross, thus far creating a beef with, Aiden Ross or Kick, however you want to talk about it, with the Breakfast Club, which controversy sells. But I guess in this case, bad attention is better than no attention at all. So with the Breakfast Club and them getting the attention that they're about to get, it's going to appease an older demographic group that says like these young people are out here doing what they want, so on and so forth, right? But it's not going to appease the people that are, online right now, right? The questions that they asked them, was it valid? Maybe, right? Maybe some of the questions that they asked him was valid regarding of him asking people what's your least favorite race and so on and so forth. So, okay, I can see some of those questions, right? But we all supposed to be, let bygones be bygones, not judge people by their past, so on and so forth. They really didn't talk about too much of his future endeavors. They try to put him in beef with, certain communities. They asked him a question about Kanye West, and then when he responded to the Kanye West and said, Kanye West is a great guy, brilliant, thinks real fast, so on and so forth. His brain is moving faster than a lot of people's. Wooty wooty woo. Charlemagne the God goes on and says, oh, that's going to piss a lot of Jewish people off, right? So he's like, oh yeah, you're beefing with the, so they were up there like, and like I say, at this point, the Breakfast Club can come out and say, we were dealing with a troller, so we decided to troll him, how he troll other people, right? And that would be fine and dandy, right? But then you have Aiden Ross responding to it, right? Now that's a whole different community, right? And then you have, some people over in, other countries that's responding to it. And the response that are coming back are volatile. You know what I mean? Like one of them said, like, Charlemagne the God can't come to London, or he can't come over there no more, or he's gonna get poked up like that Drake dude, Drake's friend, right? So that's like, damn, what type of beef is they creating for themselves? It's not looking good for the Breakfast Club. So TikTok, y'all make sure get the shares out there. Let's get some people in the box. Let's talk about it. Either the Nicki Minaj situation, the Charlemagne the God situation. Let's talk about it. Because both of them are relevant to content creation and streaming, because both of them puts a beef between, the older generation and the younger generation. Let's be honest. These are not fights between two personas. The responses that are coming back are more so like the younger generation are more so enraged that the older generation, and that's why the younger generation can accept a situation like that McDonald's manager thing. I mean, we might be looking at the younger generation like, nah, they're vicious, they're this, but that's why they can accept that, because the younger generation are more so on pride and ego. So everything that you do is a tarnish to their pride and ego. Even if you try to correct them, even if you're trying to tell them the right thing to do, it's still attack on their pride and ego. So they're operating in pride and ego, right? So everything and every little thing that's happening, they're building up in the houses of ego and pride and, revenge, all of these things, right? So with all of these situations taking place, it's giving them more fuel to say, like, the older generation this, the older generation that, right? And I'm not saying it's all of us in the older generation. Some of us really try to seek understanding with the youth, but because of the rift, right, they don't want to seek understanding with even the older generation that's trying to seek understanding with them, right? Because of everything that's happening, their peers is telling them like, nah, man, forget that, right? So they don't want to conversate with the older generation. They keep on making themselves distance from the older generation. They blame it on the older generation and say, oh, nah, you know, this, that, and the third. But they're not opening up any levels of doors of communication, right? So if everybody is closing off doors of communication, how are we going to bridge this generational gap? If nobody's, you know, trying to have the conversation about it, if nobody's prone to a conversation about it, how are we going to fix it? We can't fix it. Yes, the younger generation are hard to understand, right? Very complicated, right? And no matter how you look at it, you know, they are more so based off of feelings and emotions than anything, right? A lot of our youth are not operating on logic, right? So, you know, not to say that they are not smart, because it's a difference, right? You could be smart in feelings and emotions and smart in logic, right? You could be smart in different categories, right? So, however you want to look at this, our youth is living in a society where their pride, ego, and image is more than thirst, right? It's literally more than their drive, right? And it used to be a time where, you know, thirst was thirst was everything and image was nothing, right? They literally had, you know, slogans, commercials, you know what I'm saying? You know, image is nothing, thirst is everything, right? um but now you see it's reverse. Now you see that thirst is nothing and image is everything. Now a lot of people are operating in these three, you know, image, pride, or ego, right? Even the youth that comes up now, they know that, you know, the internet is their playground to get away with saying shit. It's like, you know, when they were kids and they got to curse like a adult out or got to say something to an adult, right? Everybody thought it was funny, so they just kept on doing it. And now they older, and what they get to do on the internet is go and fucking piss off adults, right? That's why I say the internet is undefeated, because the youth is using the internet to go piss off adults. They like, man, get your old ass off of here. This is what we do.
Yeah, good morning, brother.
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising. I see you mentioned me in this conversation right here.
I mentioned you.
Yeah, it said you. It told me that you mentioned me. I'm just trying to make sure.
Who you?
I don't know. I just went on my page and it said that you mentioned me. It had a little quote.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's in the description. You know, when you make the title of the conversation, you just put mention you in the title. So when you scroll past the page, it says mention you instead of saying like this page is about such and such. It just says mention you.
Well, I
Nikki
don't
is not
know
crazy.
where
It's
you
a
was at
fake
in your
industry.
top, but I see Nicki Minaj and another young lady, that's Kelly Rowland, I think, if I'm not
Oh, that's
mistaken.
fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up. Damn, you really took a shot at SZA like that and called her Kelly Rowland?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Damn, he took a shot at SZA like that and called her Kelly Rowland. Damn.
Make mistakes, man. People
All
make
right,
mistakes.
yeah, okay. That's not Kelly Rowland though. That's SZA.
Okay. So, what are you comparing them to? Or
No,
just
I'm not comparing them to nothing. They're in a beef right now. Nikki and them, they have, sparked a beef. The comment section on Instagram is not liking, how Nikki is talking about her, how Nikki is, body shaming, so on and so forth. These are some of the things that Nikki said about her, and these are some of the things that she said about Nikki.
but it's funny that you mentioned it. That's been since the beginning of the time, since we was in elementary. Except we wasn't. It didn't have a social media. Like I'm up in age. I'm like 48 years old, so I lived through it. It's like you can be the skinniest dude, but if you ain't educated, then they snap on you. If you play basketball, it overshines that. You get what I'm saying? So nobody don't see your education no more. There used to be a time when I was growing up, it was like, oh, if you look good, you can get whatever. But if you look like this, you can't even get in that bracket. You get what I'm saying?
I know, but we're looking at a situation where someone who we know, had work done on her body is shaming another woman, you know what I mean? And we're looking at someone like, Nicki, who's already beefing with Rock Nation, you know what I mean? Who she's trying to use the culture and the people to say that Rock Nation and Jay-Z is the problem with the culture and the people, but then she turns around and tears down a black woman. So how can you start a beef where you're using the people to rally behind you by saying that Rock Nation and Jay-Z and Desiree Perez is the problem, in our culture, and then you turn around yourself and tear down a woman in that same culture while you're still in a beef with Rock Nation.
Right. I get it. That's like, I don't know. That's like an oxymoron or something like that. Or
yeah, it's not making sense. That's what I'm saying. To me, it don't make sense. You're on the internet. You want the internet to rally behind you, right? Why would you beef with somebody who has so much internet support?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes you gotta pick and choose your battles. Like if I'm already beefing with Rock Nation,
like Big said, if you do your own thing, people fall, they fall short when they get to a certain level in life, a certain stature. I think, I mean, like me, I don't got money like that or fame or anything. I'm trying to get there, right? So what I'm thinking is like, if I had that kind of money, would I be going to jail for no reason? If I had that kind of money, why do people that got money, still do broke mentality things? Like I don't get it. Like it just, why would you even be out there? You want to be setting an example for the women, or for women.
Because money don't make a person.
Yeah, money don't make a person. You're right, but I just know if I had that kind of money, I'm trying to build businesses. I'm trying to give us jobs. I'm trying to do something more creative with my time than be on a smear campaign against black women or white women or any color you want to call it, Caucasian.
Right.
It's not about that. You know what I'm saying? If I made it, you can make it too.
Right. Little baby, come on in with it.
You know what I'm saying? What can I do?
What's up?
So I think that a lot of stuff. Yeah. I was like, why is she coming for her like that? But she did mention some names about Rock Nation and stuff. The CEO, the co-founder for Rock Nation.
Yeah, Desiree Perez.
Lady called Desiree and
stuff. Yeah, Desiree Perez.
An informant for the FBI for a cartel and stuff.
Oh, say that.
Yeah, she. That's why I'm saying, like, Nicki's the fight that she has with Rock Nation, Desiree Perez. Desiree Perez said that she is $40 million in the hole. Right now, listen, I don't want to play with nobody that's in debt 40 million. You get what I'm saying? That's first and foremost. So if I'm going to pick a fight with somebody who knows somebody that they can go into a debt with 40 million, I don't even want to fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? Because that you're now that person's investment, right? In order for them to get their 40 million, they got to keep your ass around. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I don't even want to touch the parameters around that. And then, her daughter saying that, she is racist, so on and so forth, all the things that her daughter's saying, that shit scary that she would lock her daughter, So what I'm saying is the fight that Nicki got with Rock Nation, putting stuff out there about, what's the other girl whose cameraman is suing her for the shit that was going on in the car? Yeah, Meg Thee Stallion. For that situation, and then for the Jay-Z Ramir situation, right? So you already are, barking up a big tree, right? You already see them suppressing your numbers. You already see them suppressing your numbers on Instagram. That's why you are going to kick or dealing with Aiden Ross, right? So in my eyes, it's like, why would you do something that would possibly force
Make you a
people to
target.
spam your page, because with this whole SZA situation, the youth, they play different on the internet, right? The youth is once the youth put you in that cancel culture,
It's over.
it's a wrap for you, right?
It's over.
So why would she risk by attacking SZA? Why would you risk the youth putting you in cancel culture?
Well, I think that's because that puts her on the map. I mean, she's been tweeting about Desiree for about, I think, a couple of days now, and it was not getting a lot of heat. But she knew the Top Dog Entertainment manager, that was SZA's manager, he was slandering her about her streams, because we know that for sales of records, it can't really be fake, but you can fake streams. And he's been discrediting her and stuff. And she been talking about it. I think was not getting as much traction. But I didn't think that she knew that SZA didn't have anything to do with it. But she knew that if she roped her in, if she was beefing with another girl, then it would get traction. Not people.
Well, SZA said like, yeah, I wasn't talking about you when I said what I said. I wasn't really talking about anybody. You know what I'm saying? SZA's like, I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about anybody when I said what I said. But you know, if you want to take it there, we can take it there.
But that's just guilt, though. That's somebody guilty. And when people talk, that's why they say you must listen. Because if the shoe don't fit, don't jump in the shoe. She said something that had nothing to do with you. You leached out on the wrong terms. You should have just really listened, really went and considered what she said and thought different. But then when you jumped out the bag, you got your head chopped off. Wow, man, ain't even talk about you. Shorty, go sit down. Like, what are you talking about? Now you put yourself out there.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, does this open up the door to create a greater problem with the youth? Because the youth is looking at this like, you supposed to be passing the torch to us. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to be passing the torch to us. You're not supposed to be tearing us down. Because think about it. If you're using the culture as a way to rally behind you for the Rock Nation and Jay-Z and hiring Desiree Perez, you know, so on and so forth, why would you start a beef where you're attacking somebody that's younger in that same, you know, culture group?
That's a fact. And you're supposed to be adult, so you're supposed to be like a big sister, big mother type figure,
right?
Calm, whatever. You're not supposed to even stoop down to that level, because that's really beneath you from where you came from and the level that you at, and where you could go, but you just showed that you still have a little child in you to stoop to their level. These is kids. These is minors. You know what I mean? These is babies. Like, you're stooping down to their level, and what that say about you and your own character. You know what I'm saying? Like, that says a lot.
But that's what I say. But that's why I say, like, and I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to really like bash Nicki too much, because I think she's got some valid fights, you know, with Rock Nation and so on and so forth, and that whole title situation that she got trapped into in 2015 or 2015. So like, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? You know, I just think, you know, in this situation right here, you know, you just didn't make the right decision. Like, you didn't make the right choice, right? Responding to her like that, maybe you could have embraced it.
Just like they were, though. I think that's why
I know, but this is the thing. Like, because we force women in their masculine energy in order to make it in the industry, you know, when it's time for them to be in their, you know, feminine energy of forgiveness and whatnot, they don't know how to turn it off. So, you know, they go into this, you know, I said what I said type shit, instead of just, and all she has to do is say, like, you know, well, if you wasn't talking about me, I apologize. You know, I'm just being attacked from so many different ways right now that I don't know who's friend or foe, right? And then they could have did a fucking album together or something, right? It would have bridged the gap between the youth. It would have been, bro, let me finish saying what I'm saying. Let me stop cutting into what I'm saying, bro. This is why our youth have a problem with us right now, is because as an older generation, we don't have that like gumption to just let me finish. I'm gonna let you say what you're gonna say. You know, all this active listening to where you keep on like cutting into my words, bro. It's like nobody, even if like I'm a content creator, you're making it hard for me to build the content. I can't go back and clip it with you cutting into everything. I can't even make a phrase out of nothing because you chiming into everything. Go ahead.
Yo, I apologize for that. My bad, feel me?
You good?
Just hit a spot where, you know, I talk about it because I'm a content creator too, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, I get where you come. So I apologize for, you know.
No, you good. You good. You good. Appreciate it. Go ahead, though.
That really hit home to me. And it might not spur into this conversation, but it spurs into even relationships from the women perspective. They don't know how to just apologize. They won't apologize. When you said that, I was like, damn, that's you just hit a home run with that.
I ain't even about to open up that door.
Just apologize and keep it moving.
I can't put that on all women. Some women know how to apologize and get the hell on.
I ain't say all women, most
okay,
women.
okay.
Change it. Right, most women.
Right.
You know, they really don't know how to when they get into that male kind of character.
That masculine energy.
That masculine energy. They don't know how to go back to the feminine because they don't know what that is. You get what I'm saying? So when something come up where they are actually wrong, they won't hold themselves accountable and they won't apologize.
I think it could be like I don't know. Like I can't really.
As a woman, from my perspective.
Okay, come on in with it.
When a woman can't really like, it's not a turn on this part or it's turn off this part. But when you're passionate about anything as a human being, especially when it's about your rhymes, your hard work, and you've been putting in time, and now people who literally are connected to the federal government are sabotaging you because you've reached this level of accomplishment, and they want to be able to stop somebody when to blow up, when to not blow up. I think this is the same situation that happened with Drake. TDE is tied to the same entertainment as Rock Nation. I mean, there was no reason for Kendrick to come for him, and me personally, having to listen to both of them growing up. I'm a younger generation. I grew up on. I initially was a huge fan of Eminem, transitioned into J. Cole, but Drake was also one of those hot music that you never really put down. So, like,
I don't think you want to really go into that conversation about Drake. I don't really think you want to answer I don't really think y'all want to be honest about that Drake situation. So, if in everyone's best interest, I think, unless you're really ready to answer some hard, honest questions or, really to hear some hard, honest facts about Drake, I think we should stay off that Drake conversation.
I personally think that I'm just talking about them as artists.
No. Okay. If we're speaking about them. Okay. Now, hold on. See, here's the problem, right? We can say we love them as artists, right? But we blind ourselves to what they're doing in real life, right? The XXXTentacion situation, right? Not only did he have dealings with paying the person a little boat, not only did you have dealings that was linked to a company that was in his name, off company that was in his name, where the payout came from, right? A lot of people hide payouts with fake lawsuits. So when Drake said he paid out, excess amount of money to a case, right? That was actually the payoff for something else. But let's not look at that, right? Let's look at him stealing XXXTentacion's style, right? That means his real artistry that you fell in love with is not his real artistry, right? So when you're looking at Drake in a whole, you got to look at all the things that he's also doing in the community, right? For Lil Wayne to bring him in, and then for when Lil Wayne to get locked up, for him to have SEX with his girlfriend at the time or whoever at the time, right? So you doing snake shit in the business, but yeah, you're a good artist, but you're doing snake shit, right? You taking people out, stealing their style, right? And then you're laughing about it, making videos and albums, saying that boy will still be alive today if he never did that interview, right? You got to remember, XXXTentacion called, and this is why Academic
and Drake is so tight is because XXXTentacion called Academic and said, yo, the boy Drake tried to set me up when I was locked up, tried to get some people to take me out, but I ain't mad at him though. You know how he played the game, woo, 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 woo. And he stole my style, da 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 da, right? And then he ended up getting took out, right? And then Drake comes out with the music where he's biting the style. But let's go deeper than that. XXXTentacion was a part of a community that actually opened the door for trans K9. So he was a part of a trans K9 community. Academic knows about this, and Drake knows about this. That's why Drake came out with an album called For My Dogs, right? Because if you look up Dutch Valley, you will see that Dutch Valley and his sister actually do some shit over in the UK or some other country, and they actually, you know, so Drake was over there and he was having kids do shit with animals, right? So before you actually bring up Drake, and let's talk about the Kendrick Lamar thing. Drake was setting up a beef, right? He was setting up a beef where him, Kendrick, and the other dude, J. Cole, he was setting up a beef where all three of them get into a beef with each other, and then he bow out of the beef and leave a light skin versus a dark skin, right? Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop. No. ASAP Ferg put J. Cole onto it, and that's why J. Cole took his album, took that diss track back, and that's why J. Cole say, you know what I'm saying? You know, I just thought we was doing this or that, right? And that's why the beef got so serious because, and that's why Kendrick said, you know what I'm saying? It was supposed to be a sparring match between it, you turned it into something else, right? That's why he said that, right? You got to understand that when you look up the history of Drake, you will see that Epstein is actually his uncle. And all of this was an
Let's hear me on my conversation. I think that we make it seem like, oh, when Drake murdered, let's say, yes,
unalived.
I'm not saying. Let me finish now, sir.
I'm not gonna let you finish if you're using words that's messing up the algorithm. You can't use the N word. I said unalive because you use the N word.
So when he that part. When he like him and that happened. So why are we not holding up Lil Durk for having so many young black men gone? Like, why are we not blaming for what's his name? The guy that dude. It was a literal assassin. It was a literal assassin, a serial killer.
Unaliver. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Are you about to sit up here and try to say a bunch of words that you know is going to mess? Hold on, stop. Let me finish. Because I don't operate in feelings and emotions. And obviously you're in your feelings and emotions because now you're making this about black on black crime, right? So now hold on, stop. Let me finish. So now, because I said that Drake was tearing down the community and he's somebody that's not in the community, now you doing the same thing that every other, you know, white person say whenever we say that they fucking up our community. You say, well, y'all fucking up y'all. Hold on, let me finish. You saying, well, y'all fucking up y'all own community. Look at Lil Durk, look at NBA Youngboy putting pills in the community, so on and so forth. So now hold on, stop, let me finish. So now what it sounds like you saying is, who cares if Drake is doing stuff to y'all if y'all doing stuff to yourself?
I never said that.
So why'd you bring up Lil Durk? Why'd you change the goalposts? If we're talking about Drake, let's keep it on Drake. Why'd you change the goalposts and start bringing up other people? Okay, let's keep it on Drake.
Conversation should be about, okay, so artistry wise.
No, you brought up Drake and Kendrick Lamar. You said, why did Kendrick Lamar come at Drake like that? Let's keep it on the subject that you brought up.
Why would he? Okay, then in that case, if Kendrick is this holy person that we deem him.
Not saying he's holy. Nobody deemed him to be holy.
Let me finish, sir. I think this is a difference. This is being your friends. Interrupting somebody would be that considered.
Because you're putting accusations out there that we never said. I never said any of the things that you're adding on right now.
Why is he singing and bringing up Rock Nation as he is? If Kendrick is
who's bringing up Rock Nation?
Track records of blemishing and taking away opportunities from a lot of extremely huge artists that did it on their own. Why is Kendrick repping them? Why is Kendrick being celebrated in the Super Bowl? Why is he? That's my question. I think he is a person from the inside, hurting us like us black women, making it seem like it's us against them instead, trying to alienate us for the rest of the community to make us look like, oh, it's just us against them. The rest of them don't mess with them. This is alienating black people. That's exactly what Rock Nation wants to do. Alienate us and take us away from other communities and make us feel like we have to do everything all by ourselves. And when other communities have worked.
So you said Kendrick is working with Rock Nation, even though Kendrick is signed to Interscope?
Yeah, he has rapped about it. Said that he actually likes the people that were performing. He said something about them on a bar, and he was on the Super Bowl, and the people who put people on Super Bowl is Rock Nation, so we know that Lil Wayne should have been on that stage.
So hold on. Let me get this straight, because I want you to realize what you just did, right? You just turned one problem into a long list of problems. Like, you just went from hold on, stop. Hold on, listen. I want you to see what happened, right? We were talking about Nicki Minaj and SZA, and already the confusion of the older generation coming at the younger generation, right? You came in and made it about Kendrick Lamar coming at Drake, right? Hold on, stop. Let me finish. And then when I told you all of the things that Drake did, right? You overlooked everything that I said about what Drake did, right? And you want into yes, you did. You why so why are we not keeping the subject on Drake if you brought up Drake?
So the reason why we're gonna rope it in before you interrupted me and told me to stop, I'm gonna tell you what I'm going to say, which I think is not really ideal for me to explain the conversation. I said Top Dog Entertainment has multiple times worked with Rock Nation. I'm not saying it's under. Yes, it is under a different management, but they have worked together. They worked together for a very long time, just like how Parkwood Entertainment, that is Beyonce, has worked with Jay-Z so now. And we do not know exactly everything how it works, but all of these anything that is put up in the
but you know how everything works, right? I don't know how everything. So how did you just tell me that I don't know how everything? Okay, go ahead, finish. But you're making attacks at me though. You're saying like you don't know this, and then you don't want me to respond. So you're sneak dissing. And then you want me to let you finish. But go ahead. I don't know nothing, and you know everything. Finish.
To give up my pen to understand where I have sneak dissed.
You sat here and said you don't know everything that goes on in the business, and then you went on to say how the business works, right? So if you're telling me that I don't know everything that's going on in the business, how can you tell me about the business and you're not in that business?
I said we do not know what happens.
No, okay, right, good. Okay, you and me don't know. You right now you word playing. Okay, so go ahead, finish saying what you were saying about the business. Okay, you were saying that.
Understand the full scope of it. That's what I meant.
Right, I don't understand the full. Okay, come on.
There's no purpose for me to sneak this anybody because
you're right. I don't understand the full scope of it. Can you give me an idea of the full scope of it, please?
I probably do not know either, but what my theory is,
okay,
a lot of the Super Bowl conversations that are being done was supposed to be Lil Wayne. That was Lil Wayne's style, but no, it's not. The whole attack is against Young Money Records. Very talented, very talented 3 artists, and what they're saying, absolutely not. I'm not going to say they're good people. We do not know them from the dirt of our fingers. But as artists, there's longevity included in it. A lot of the music industry does not like that. They want to be able to manipulate who comes in, who comes out. That's my theory. I'm not saying it's 100% guaranteed, but this connects directly to the feds too. I mean, why are there a lot of Fed informants? People have been excused by the government, part of the music industry. And I think it's to be able to track how to influence young generations and to be able to manipulate it. So they do not want artists with long longevities and discography of a very large following like the 3. Like Lil Wayne is not that much anymore. I feel like, I mean, he was one of the great artists, and his new album, I listened to it. It's good, but it didn't hit on me. But he still has.
So you said that they are aiming to stop the younger generation?
No, I think they want to be able to insert artists how they want. They want to be able to manipulate the young community, because through music you can definitely influence young generations to believe in what they want to believe. So every single thing is connected to each other, and a lot of the large Interscopes, Sony, every one of these.
So Drake was influencing the community to be positive.
She has been shadow banned. She has been taken away streams. All of a sudden, there is due to like how she's been targeted since 2017, and all of these girls didn't intentionally do it. Probably they were just doing their thing and just coming up because they think, hey, I got an opportunity, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna get my artistry out there. They got caught in the crossfire. The way that she addresses it, absolutely might not be very ideal. But from what we can see from her character, from what we can see from the public, she's a head-on artist. She doesn't care about what's going on. She's
So
gonna hit it right in the head.
which conversation are you trying to have here? Because every time we
So I'm
start,
roping it all
hold
back
on,
in.
stop,
That's what I'm
stop,
saying.
stop. You're not roping it all in. You're actually just playing a
And there's
gaslighting.
concrete
Can you
evidence
stop?
that
Can
we
you stop
see
cutting me
that
off? Can I
Drake has
talk?
taken down.
Can I talk?
I think
Can I talk?
the emotional response
Can I
is
talk?
from your side. I personally
Can
think.
I talk?
I'm trying to
Can I
say
talk?
if there are
Can I talk?
evidence that
Can I talk?
I
Can I
wasn't
speak?
interrupted. I was having
May
a
I speak?
conversation.
No, you can't try to come control somebody else's platform, right? I let you hold on, stop. I let you switch the conversation up 3 times, right? And now you're trying to go back to talking about the original topic that we were talking about, as if you didn't come up and switch the conversation to Kendrick, to Drake, to the NFL Super Bowl, right? I literally stop. I literally let you get up here and run around in this whole.
Okay, sir, I can leave. You have a good day now.
All right, you have a great one. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, YouTube? When you don't let them come up and do what they want to do, then it's I can leave, right? This is a problem with our youth right here. This is the problem. She wanted to be able to come up and run my platform, say what she wanted to say on my platform, misinformation, disinformation, and fabrication, right? And then when I'm trying to correct and put the facts out there, she ignores the facts and keep on changing the goalpost and then try to say, I think it's coming from your side. How? You ain't even following the conversation. Every time she responded, it was off topic of the conversation. When I brought up the stuff Drake did, she started talking about the NFL, right? And Kendrick Lamar being signed to a whole different group. She gonna say, oh, and he's working with Rock Nation and da 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 da. And then she say concrete evidence. Where's the concrete evidence that these people are working together? Where's your concrete evidence that he's working with Rock Nation? You have no concrete evidence about behind nothing that you say. And every time I point out facts and merits, she tries to overlook the facts and merits and still put out her feelings and emotions.
That's what opinions are.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm telling her, like, come with facts. Come with, don't put out fabrications, because what you're doing is you're just trying to, keep people in confusion. She changed the goalpost 3 times on me. And then when I finally addressed the Kendrick situation, she switched it up and started talking about, here's the thing. The thing is, you're not even listening to what I'm saying to actually respond to it. That's why I say they made this, the youth has made this a constant practice of how they talk, how they sit there and demand, the you respect, and then they give you no respect in return. They sit there and say, they'll sit there and cut you off every time you say something, right? And then they'll wait, and then you'll give them the turn to talk. They'll wait and try to say stuff that you should cut them off for. And then they'll be like, oh, see, you're cutting me off now. You're cutting me. Look, I'm not playing this tit for tat game with you where you get in your feelings and now you feel like you got to say something that disrupt my feelings so you can turn around and feel better about yourself. Logically, it don't make no sense. You're not coming up here with facts or merits or anything. You're coming up here with feelings and emotions. I feel like Kendrick should have never came at Drake. Where did that even come from? The backdrop got Nicki Minaj and SZA on it. How the fuck did you come up here with a Kendrick and Drake conversation? And then when I indulged in that Kendrick and Drake conversation, you started putting other entities involved. And I think they're just coming at Rock Nation. And that's why the NFL, and who's in charge of the NFL? Jay-Z. So Jay-Z and Kendrick Lamar are working together. Where the fuck? How the fuck? And why the fuck? But then turns around and says that we need to base things off of the proof that we have. What proof do you have behind anything that you just based off of your opinion? You have no proof behind that stuff. And as soon as you start pointing it out, they say, I'm just going to leave then. Because I won't let you lie. I mean, if you lied to yourself, that's one thing, but why you want me to let you lie to me and the people that's here? So you just want to be just let me say what I want to say. And if it's wrong, then oh well. That's called rewriting history.
That's why I don't even have these conversations because they're frustrating.
It's like Drake was doing so good for the community. Even as an artist, he wasn't doing good for the community.
Let's just watch the show that he produced. Please.
Exactly.
Euphoria has children
Sleeping with teachers, all of that stuff. Sleeping with teachers, STDs going around the whole school. And that's the show that he went. They said that he was hands-on on that show.
Yes.
They say he was so hands-on that he was talking to the actors and stuff like that, calling them, telling them how he wanted them to like. Come on,
it's creepy.
That's fucking creepy as hell. And that's who she came up here and tried to have the conversation about. That's why I said like, why you think I told her like before you come up here and bring up that name? If you're not willing to deal with the truth or facts behind some of the shit that he's doing, then don't bring up that name. It's the reason why he burnt so many bridges in the industry. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's the reason why, you know, they looking at him because you're playing gangster and playing this thug, right? When people really grew up in it, people losing their lives over it. You're playing, you're acting. You go back to Drake when he was a kid, he was yelling at his mom for not cutting the crust off his peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at like 16, 17 years old. Like, Mom, I wanted you to make me a sandwich. You know what I mean? When he was hanging out with his Jewish friends, when he was doing the Degrassi shit. That's why I say, if you don't want to deal with the history of Drake and the facts of Drake, don't bring up Drake. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you can't bring up somebody who's using the black culture as a way to get money and also tearing down the black culture at the same time. That's why he bought Tupac's ring. That's why he bought Pharrell's jewelry and melted it down. And that's why he named his album Family Matter, to tear down our sitcom Family Matter. You know what I mean? Why'd you put an image of just exactly how? That's not even a Canadian sitcom. So how the fuck do you got an American sitcom as your album cover, and the first thing you say on that American sitcom is, nigga, I say what I want? So now we don't remember it's a rare tradition this day and age of reading good news on a newspaper page. When we look up Family Matters, that don't pop up. Drake saying the N-word pops up. Come on, man. You know what the fuck y'all doing. You know the fuck you implement it and plan it in here to tear down the community and make it look like everything that's of us is of negative. The image that you're portraying, the fact that you're a bearded man, the fact that you know what I mean, actually competing with these women. You're not like actually, building the growth of you're competing with these women. You know what I mean? I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Like, come on. And like you putting everybody in, confrontation. These people ain't coming up with no peace albums. Ain't nobody working together doing none of that stuff. And now the Breakfast Club done turned around and started beefing with fucking N3on, who has a hell of a UK support system. And now it looked like America is beefing with the fucking UK. You know what I mean? Even Drake peoples can't go over there. He got poked up. Drake one of Drake's, hitmen got poked up over there. You know what I mean? The dude said if Charlamagne the God come over there, they gonna get the same thing. He said nobody from the Breakfast Club can go to the UK. Why do you think Charleston White just now canceled his trip to the UK? He was supposed to be going over there with, was it the UK? Yeah, he was supposed to be going over there with Aiden. He said he don't feel safe leaving outside the country. Americans don't feel safe leaving outside the country. And everybody that was in America that was trying to tear down America, they all running like Big Hungry CC and shit. Why you think Remember, I told you, even Jaguar Wright plan was to get enough money to get out of America, right? Why all the people that fucked America up seem like they trying to get out of America now? And all the other countries don't want to fuck with America now. What did they do? When did our reputation change? What the fuck happened? You get what I'm saying? Chris Brown going over there getting locked up, all this shit taking place. Like it's almost like I see our country try to put us in fucking, you know, isolation division or whatever, but now they like we really going into like, yeah, that's why I keep on telling America, like, bro, if we don't unify, like we can't keep on dividing each other. You don't see what the fuck going on? Someone is banking on our division. Big banking. What's going on with you?
Hey, who you got in this? I think Nicki Minaj just drop an album. All this anger she got with people, she should just drop an album.
I think if Nicki Minaj drop an album, the album might sell, but right now the energy is tearing Nicki Minaj ass up. If you go to her Instagram, they is tearing her ass up. Somebody said, beefing with everyone at some point, you're the problem. I used to like Nicki, but she's always putting women down.
But you know what she's looking like right now?
Who?
Kanye West.
Nicki?
Yeah, she looking like Kanye.
Okay, so let's say this then. Has the internet created a wave where people are going with the Orlando Brown effect to where as though they just saying a bunch of crazy shit for clicks and views? Can we say that? Because Ray J out here saying a bunch of shit.
Like that now? They see that Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. So Tupac and Biggie, like it just starts up. They've been doing this since the 90s.
So you
saying
like
you want to say because you're a rapper and you feel like the other rapper gonna say something back. You know how Tupac and Biggie deal with it, or Kendrick Lamar. They didn't really say too much. They said it in songs, but you know this female, so this ain't gonna ever get to the song. They're just gonna keep going back and forth.
SZA ain't a rapper though. How is SZA going? You can't start a beef with somebody that's not in that genre. Like if SZA's not a rap beef artist, SZA's not a rapper at all, you know. So I don't see. That's why it can't go anywhere but a back and forth tobacco over the internet, because you know who the fuck is going to, what's she going to sing on the album? She gonna motherfucking sang diss her?
Yeah, but I'm saying like they could go like, all right, let's drop an album. Let's see who do better.
That SZA's going to do better.
Yeah, that's right now.
No. SZA's going to do better because she has the youth behind her, right?
Yeah.
So
it's all
SZA, that if you put this out right now and you say, all right, let's see who album do better, SZA's or Nicki's, right? SZA's going to win because she has the youth. That's the new wave, right? Unless a bunch of old motherfuckers get out there and start buying albums. You been done, you been done, and you're none with the done with the fun. Like nah. Unless we go out there and get Nicki music, that's just done up. They're not appeasing to the new group, the youth. Right, first and foremost, and secondly, she should have never started a beef. She should have, you know, praised SZA for her accomplishment. You know, said that you're doing a great job. You know, it was a misunderstanding. I'm under a lot of stress right now. Let's do an album together, something of that nature, right? But to sit there and create a beef with this person, and you're trying to move into a place where it's a younger, like this is the internet. You honestly, I mean, unless you just want trolls in your chat, but maybe this is the controversy that she's building in order to tell people that she's on kick or something like that.
But I think Nicki Minaj have a bigger fan base, and Nicki Minaj probably sell out more than SZA. Cause all right, I get you a singer, right? But you gotta add something else to it. Nobody wants to, like, even with Rod Wave, I don't want to hear no sad music all day on the album. Throw some other stuff in there. Throw some, I just got $1 million instead of I just did something to myself. I don't want to hear that all day.
You know,
if
we being honest,
singing all the time, Nicki Minaj can do them both.
if we being
seen
if we being honest, man, SZA got her fan base, right? And it ain't even, it's just it's about her being authentic, right? SZA is authentically her, right? And Nicki Minaj is authentically her, right? They're in two different categories, right? Nicki Minaj said, "How do you know?"
Nicki's one of the best.
See, I think you're taking away from the actual conversation, right? Just because she's the best, it doesn't give her the right to body shame. It doesn't give her the right to talk down on the younger artists, right? And even though, like you said, that's something that took place back in the day where people beef, and it was, we can see now that this younger society ain't with that shit.
All right, so you know what this looks like? Lil Kim and the other girl. It looks like one of those. Like it's gonna happen. It's like female. You never gonna get through society without female rappers or boy rappers ever having a problem with another rapper. Like this, like, okay, I'm cool with Drake, so I can't be cool with Kendrick Lamar because I mess with Drake. So I'm gonna look bad.
Why you keep on
Foxy, my bad.
why you
Foxy and
keep on
Lil' Kim.
trying to say this as if you're not understanding what we're trying to tell you, right? SZA is not a rapper. Therefore, she is not creating a beef with a rapper who she can, create an album against, or they can go back and forth with diss tracks, right? So when you keep on saying what you're saying, that means that you yourself, through whatever ideology that you're coming up with in your head, don't want to look at the facts and the merits that's on the table.
All right, so why she didn't just, if Nicki Minaj came at her, right? Why not handle it like this? I'm not gonna respond. I'm just gonna leave where it's at. Because if you know you can't rap.
Do you know her response? Do you know her response? Do you know what she said? Do you even know what she said? Do you even know how she responded?
Yeah, I've been listening to all the media.
Okay, how did she respond?
She was like, "Oh, this Nicki Minaj is doing this for attention and all this. She always go after other people. But what you expect?
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. She didn't say that. She actually said, I was not talking about her. I actually wasn't talking about anybody. So I don't know why she's, taking it like that, but it is what it is."
Well,
and
don't
then
say nothing that compares to even close to Nicki.
So here's all right. So I want you to understand. Look. I want you to understand what you're saying, right? I want you to understand what you're saying. How the fuck do you know if you're saying something that compares to somebody else? The only person. Hold on. Stop. Listen. This is. Hold on. Stop. This is how you know you're delusional, right? You said, well, don't say any.
SZA fans are crazy, man.
All right, listen, I knew you was going to try to come scream some stuff. I want you to understand what you just said. You just said that, just think about what you just said. Don't say anything that compares to Nicki. What? How the fuck do you know if you're saying something that compares to Nicki? That's like saying that you better learn Nicki before you even run your mouth, before you say anything. How do I know I'm saying something that that's appeasing or disagreeable to her? How do I know?
Right.
That's like be putting me in Nicki's head. That's like you better know everything about Nicki before you say anything about Nicki. And even though I wasn't trying to say anything about Nicki, you said something that was close to Nicki. What the fuck? That's how you know these people are delusional. These are fucking delusional people. They come up and say anything just to try to make their argument sound right. Nicki started some shit. Now you're justifying that's what I'm saying, like enablers. You're saying that it's okay that Nicki goes around and try to G-check everybody, but nobody better not G-check Nicki. She's the ultimate gangster. Nobody better not say nothing. I said what I said. Nobody better not say nothing about Nicki. Get your ass out of here. Now he probably gonna go do a diss track about me. You know what I mean? in his Nicki voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bitch, I've been done, and you're done. When you mute me, it was done. Now I'm up here. It was fun, but you keep on talking. Like, get your ass the fuck up out of here, man. Your motherfucking, I'll take this one for Nicki. That's all they think. They gonna rap their way through some shit. This is my fight. I got this one, Nicki. And then they go and motherfucking record something like, I was on TikTok today and I ran across some SZA fans, and I want the SZA fans to know I'm not like, get the fuck out, get y'all motherfucking Rolling Thunder asses out of here, man. What the fuck? They always think they gonna motherfucking rap battle some shit and it's gonna be a hit. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? These niggas, I'm telling you, man, they do this shit and it's weird. Like, they all come the same way and shit. Like, these motherfuckers are battle a comedian and shit, knowing that the comedian can't do nothing. They can't put out a motherfucking diss track back, you know? Nicki say something about anything. Nicki say something about an actor. They're like, well, tell that actor to put out a diss track. What the fuck? You can't just make everybody put out motherfucking diss tracks to see if she better. That's like this. We might as well put her in motherfucking Talladega Nights and have her rapping while people fucking racing around the track, and then declare her the winner. And the winner by a rap battle. The fuck? They just say anything to justify Nicki's actions. Room like a dungeon dragon. Room like a dungeon dragon. You don't want it with me because them things are dragging. Like, that's all they say is a bunch of shit that don't make sense, and then they just scream at you and drop the mic and leave. That's all Nicki Minaj fans do. Why? That's all they're gonna do when they come up here. Can we get some people in the box? That's all they're gonna do when they come up here, say some shit and then scream at you and then leave. You know what I mean? And I like Nicki, but her fans are fucking out of control. Like, come on. They don't have no decorum. They don't really want to look like, come on. Even though you're a Nicki fan, you got to say when she wrong. You know what I'm saying? Not say when she wrong, but you got to be like, look, even though Nicki might be wrong with this, I'm still rocking with her.
Right.
At least have that type of discernment with inside yourself that says, okay, I know Nicki was wrong for fat shame or, for body shaming, but that's Nicki. And Nicki can't do nothing wrong to me. And then I can say, okay, I see where I see where you coming from. You know what I mean? Because that's your artist. Everything is justified. So you're justifying it by saying, you know what I mean? But to sit there and
character for her though, isn't it? Because she like the way she handled the last interview that we watched versus like how she's responding.
But these are manic responses, though.
Manic.
You know what I mean? These are manics because, like, you got to think, like, she could have a lot of pressure going on in her life. I don't really know what things might have went on in the industry. Nobody can really say how she got to the position that she's in, right? So she might have had to be an asshole, whatever the case may be, right? And, that title situation could be something that is emotionally affecting her. I'm not sure, there's a lot of information that they get in the industry, black market tapes, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So it ain't no telling what it is that she actually is angry about. A lot of people have misplaced anger, right? So because she's angry about Roc Nation, that doesn't give her the right to take it out on SZA. You know what I mean?
Or anybody.
You got to learn how to, put it to where it belongs. If you just, it's like saying, like, it's like a boxer saying that because they got a fight tonight, anybody can get it. No, that don't make no sense. Put that shit where it belongs. Everybody just, you can't look at this situation and not really understand it, It's just like, people in this world who wants to paint everybody else to be the problem and not take no accountability for themselves. People are lacking accountability in this world, right? And I go back to say, you starting a fight with Roc Nation, saying that how Roc Nation is doing the culture and how Roc Nation is tearing down, black people, and then you turn around and tear down a young black artist. Those two things don't make sense. That's what I'm saying. Those two things don't go together. And you can't say it goes together. You can't say it goes together because you are publicly humiliating this person. You know, Rock Nation might have signed some dirty deals, you know, fuck some people over, you know, in that category, but you are publicly humiliating, you know, another black woman. So what's that say about Nicki as a whole? That is, it's cool when she do it. It's a problem when they do it. Fuck them. Huh? That what she's saying? So she's saying that she could treat the world like we all peons and peasants, but you know, she'll try to call somebody else out on her bullshit, but be damned if she get called out on her bullshit. It's got to go both ways. It's got to be a two-way street. You can't be the one out there doing bullshit and trying to call people out on their bullshit. The youth is not about to, you know what I'm saying? The youth will cancel her and make her lose against Rock Nation before they let her be a hypocrite and play in their face. You know what I mean? The youth is not going to do that whole, you know, do as I say, not as I do thing. The youth is going to be like, oh nah, Nicki, you playing in our face. You talking about people tearing down the culture, and then you turning around and tearing down the culture. And the youth is not going to, you know, take that lightly. The youth is going to be like, nah, you talking about a young, you know, black upcoming woman. You should be cheering her on. You should be saying congratulations for making it out, you know, but you're not doing that. You're trying to put her back in there, crabs in a barrel type shit. And the youth is not with that shit. So you can say what you want to say as a Nicki fan. You know, I could say what I want to say as a Nicki fan because I haven't really heard too much of SZA stuff. I mean, I heard a couple of songs by SZA, but I ain't hear a lot of her stuff. I heard more Nicki stuff than I heard SZA stuff, but that's because I'm in that age bracket to when Nicki came out. You know what I'm saying? I was around for it, you know, all of the, you know, whatever controversial things that happened with her. So I wasn't really around for I was around for SZA's history, but music wasn't like, I had a different taste for music when I got older. Now I'm more on like laid back, like positive vibing music. So it's a difference, right? But that's just called evolution or evolving or growth, whatever you want to call it. But now we looking at a situation where you got a young woman and an older woman, and we already got tensions high already with, you know, Gen X and the next generations. Is like we keep on creating these fights with the younger generations and then wondering why the younger generations looking at us crazy. And then for the people who's trying to make peace with the younger generation, we can't make peace with the younger generation because we keep running across the younger generation that want to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like the younger generation that's coming up on in the box, that's the ones that want to fight. The ones that's trying to seek peace, they're just listening and observing, right? But the younger generation that want to fight, that's the ones who's trying to be like, you gotta get your old ass off of here talking about this. You shouldn't even be talking about this. It's the way of the world. People are picking and choosing what they want to make they fight about, and I don't think you can do anything about it. I really don't think we could do anything about it. If someone as a like me, right? If someone wants to blame me for the way their life went, I can't do nothing to stop them from blaming me, if that makes sense. Like I really can't do nothing to stop them from blaming me. They would have to want to not to put the blame on me, right? I can apologize. I can, you know, jump through all types of loops, but in reality, I think people want to keep you in guilt because it keeps you appeasing to their better nature. It keeps you appeasing to their feelings and emotions. It keeps you, you know, it's like when you're a kid and that one kid say, "You don't like me, do you?" And you're like, "Nah, I do like you." And now every time that kid around, you got to keep on doing shit to prove that you like them. You know what I mean? That's kind of like adults. That's what adults are doing right now. They're trying to manipulate, you know, your mind so that way you can constantly, and the youth is doing it. The youth is more so like, I'm gonna talk to you how I want to talk to you, but you talk to me nice. And then they do this whole word game thing where they try to play on your words. So you'll say something in retrospect to what they said, and then they'll manipulate it and say, well, I didn't use that word, right? So they'll take a word out or add a word to it and make it seem like you misunderstood their sentence or something, right? And then when you look for clarity on the sentence that you might have misunderstood, they say, well, I don't care how you took it, right? But then when you take it a certain type of way and just bust them in the head, then they say you took it the wrong way. Well, hold on. First, you told me to take it how I want to take it, and now you telling me I took it the wrong way. So which one is it? Because you can't have that same, snobby ass, attitude and keep on giving sarcasm and expect for someone to have clarity on something, right? You can't keep on giving sarcasm repeatedly and then expect me to understand that. If I come to you because I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, then I'm looking for you to tell me the what you really meant by it, so I won't take it the wrong way. If your feelings and emotions make you say take it how you want to take it, and then I take it how I want to take it, you can't dictate my response after you just told me take it how I want to take it. You know what I mean? It's like somebody in a fight telling you we could do whatever, and then as soon as you pull out some motherfucking swords like the olden days, they talking about something. I don't want to be on, like, nah, on guard, nigga. You said we could do whatever. On guard. You know what I'm saying? Get your sword out. You said we could do whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nunchuck sword fighter. So if we could do whatever, we nunchucking and sword fighting. What's up? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Nah. When you had a chance to put the rules and regulations to the shit, you didn't want to put no rules and regulations to the shit. You wanted to make it seem like it was no holds bars. Now you're in a motherfucking table, ladders, and chair match and act like you don't want to be in a table, ladders, and chair match. Nah, because you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just got to touche something like, touche, like, you know what I'm saying, on guard, like this shit crazy. Because people, when you try to look for understanding and try to get the notion of people keep switching up the styles on you, and then they try to make it seem like, yeah, that's because I don't want you to learn me. Why the fuck you don't want me to learn you if we supposed to be reaching a level of understanding with each other? That don't make sense. That means you tricking me. You know what I mean? Nah, because I don't want you to think you know me too well. Like, what? What the fuck? They're like somebody in the house, y'all on a set schedule. You know when this person getting up, you making this person food, and all of a sudden this person just switched the schedule up on your ass, get up at a different time, and look at you and say, I ain't want you to get too comfortable. That's some prison mentality shit. That's the shit that they do in the Fed. That's why they move prisoners from one location to a different location so they won't get too comfortable. Now we in relationships where the people in the relationship we with don't want us to. What is you, the warden, nigga? Like, what do you mean you didn't want me to get too comfortable? You was testing me. You was what? Hell nah. Hell nah. We supposed to be comfortable with each other. That way nobody can't come tell me no bullshit about you. If you making me second guess you and go through all of this shit, surely somebody gonna come in and say, your peoples was doing this. And now I gotta think, damn, is this one of them things where they switching up so I wouldn't get the note? Like, nah, be the same. So that way people can understand you. And then if somebody come and tell them something about you that's not in your character because you've been in the same character, they'll be like, nah. They do a lot of things, but that ain't one of them. Like, people could tell you, like, I'm loud. Yeah, we all know I'm loud. People could tell you I talk too much. Yeah, we all know I talk too much. People could say I yell. Yeah, we all know I yell, right? But one thing people can't tell you is whether I have fucked up intentions for them or not. It can't nobody in my life come and be like, yeah, he did me wrong. He had fucked up intentions, right? Everybody in my life will tell you, like, man, he ain't never steered me wrong. He tried to do the best he can. I mean, he ain't got much, but he did what he could. He gave me good advice, so on and so forth. They ain't going, like, it ain't too many people in my life that's gonna be like, yeah, he fucked me over. He did this, he did that. You know what I'm saying? And they might tell you, like, oh yeah, we got into it. He cursed me out. He said this, but yeah, he ain't never motherfucking just, cut me out. He ain't never, like, even people on TikTok, YouTube, all in places, they see, like, I never tried to do none of that. I never try to build up hate. I don't do that. Yes, we might have a disagreement. Yes, you might not say some of the stuff I say. I might not like some of the stuff you say, right? But I'm not going to always be appeasing to your feelings and emotions. And I damn sure know you ain't always going to be appeasing to my feelings and emotions. So we all going to say some shit that somebody don't like every now and again, right? But if everybody cutting everybody out their life, who do that leave you with? That's why I always go back and, unblock people from unblock people and stuff like that. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, we all say that we going to give each other second chances. We all say that we deserve a second chance. We all want somebody to give us another chance. But are we giving people chances in our life? In order for me to want another chance, I got to be also given chances. So I repeatedly give people chances to fuck me over and do me wrong. I want somebody to give me a chance. That's it. It's not really, I treat people how I want to be treated because I always want a chance. I always want a chance to do better. I always want that chance to do better. If I stop giving people a chance to do better, you know what I'm saying? Then I too lose out on a chance to do better. You know what I mean? And yes, sometimes I got to take a break. Sometimes that shit get tiresome. Because you run into so many sociopaths, narcissistic people. They steal your ideas, they steal your likeness and image. And then, you got people, you got the lie walking around dressed like the truth right now. They done stripped us of our clothes so much that the lies is walking around looking like the truth, and the truth walking around like, what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say you gotta have proper discernment right now, because right now them lies is walking around looking like they the truth, and y'all can't see the difference. But here we are on a brick of greatness or something great happening. I feel like great things is happening. You know what I mean? Listen, the real reality is, as soon as we build a great enough collective, we can speak about some of the important stuff, right? Right now, we are building a collective. Click the link in the bio, join the Discord. There's also the petition. Everything is in the link tree, right? If you need help building your page, if you need help around your social media, don't be afraid. Don't let your pride stop you from learning these applications. Don't let your pride stop you from getting money on these applications. Content creators are signing bigger deals than athletes, and athletes got to put themselves in harm's way, possibly get injured and everything like that. ISO Speed just signed a $600 million deal to Twitch, right? Kai Cenat just sold y'all something that's even more crazier. Kai Cenat literally came out with a hygiene brand called Tone, and then turned around and signed one of the youngest up and coming NFL artists to his brand. So now you have a streamer, a content creator who has a NFL player signed to his brand. How many more other people you think going to sign to Kai Cenat's brand, right? And this is why I say, like, people don't invest, right? Because if BET wanted to bring BET back right now, all they got to do is bring Kai Cenat, ISO Speed, open up the door for some of these younger streamers. People will start watching BET again, right? Y'all can't appeal to the youth because y'all don't want to get out of the mindset that y'all in. Y'all, games is this, games is that. And you say that around the young person, they don't want to be around you like that no more. You ain't doing the same shit that they doing. So that's why I say you got to open up your mind to the new adventures of this world, so that way we won't be so far out of touch with our youth. You know what I mean? You got Drewski, you got all of them. Get them motherfucker shows on BET, and I bet you people start watching BET again. I bet you. The people don't want to invest in the new generation. I think as an older person, that's why I say we open up Atlas Family Music Productions and Atlas Family Studios and stuff like that. We open that up for anybody that's inspiring to try to get their or want to be heard, right? That's why we want to work with people for free to try to help them get seen. Now, remember us once you get seen. If you don't, that's not on us. We're going to still keep on trying to do what's good and do what's right. But hopefully people pay homage after we help people. Now, I got a lot of people on TikTok that I helped, and they try to, act funny. I could name them off, but it would be pointless because that would be bringing them back up, and then they'll have a chance to try to grift off of me and try to tell a story of some bullshit. Then I got to pull out receipts and shit again about how I was pointing out people scamming on here, Miss Nietzsche. Never mind. But needless to say, like, there's a lot of activity that's going on that's not built off of unity or anything like that. A lot of people are out here, using controversy and using the internet as a way to keep the bullshit going and keep negative going. They're even making skits and stuff of fake tragedies in order to keep it going. You know what I mean? So something is not right. If there's a multitude of vessels that's operating with this level of ego and pride, then we're not in the same world that we used to be in. You know what I mean? This is truly a whole new world. We can say that. Something is off about this world that we living in. I don't know. This is probably why, the Georgia Guidestone said, depopulate by 95%. Somebody knew that people wasn't going to be able to control themselves in this time. Somebody knew that in the days of Christ, people are going to be out of control of themselves, because Christ talked about this time, and everything that I read in the Bible is happening now in real time, right? Being able to have the internet, that's being able to preach to a multitude. That's me being able to be in many places at one time. That's some Christ shit. If you could say, like, right now, all of us can be with everybody at the same time. That's the same thing Jesus was saying. So right now, in this time, in the age of technology, it's looking more like the biblical days than ever before. Everything that was written in the biblical days is happening now. So how you not see what time we in? That's why I say, like, what I'm saying, like, the way I see this is we can either band together and unify and come out greater, or I think that Yellowstone fucking volcano activity is trying to tell us, like, I think we have a chance to reshape this whole planet by unifying, right? And I think, the ball's in our court right now, in America's court right now. I think if we lead by example with a level of unification, it's going to calm down the seas. It's going to calm down, everything, right? But if we keep on pushing rage and all of this at each other, right, that fucking volcano is going to erupt, and it's going to put us in darkness. I mean, Pompeii type shit. You get what I'm saying? I think we are doing that collectively. I think we are fucking up, what's going on underneath of us, which is causing earthquakes, volcano eruptions, the water to go in different directions. I think our conscious being at such a disagreement with everybody else's conscious, I think it's fucking up the planet. That's my true, honest belief on this, right? And that's why I encourage to push as much unity and peace with wisdom and understanding as possible, because we are collectively, with our rage and our anger, we are collectively destroying this continent. And I think if we unify on this continent, I think it'll unify the other 6 continents, and our planets might actually start coming closer back together. I think that's what's happening right now. A reversal of the waters, whereas though before our planets was drifting further apart, I think now the waters reversing is going to push our continents closer together. And all we got to do is recognize the signs of this new time and unify with love and unity. See, they don't want us to stop. They don't want us to unify with love, right? Because they didn't make their pockets off of that, right? A lot of organizations and corporations and entities that are in charge right now, they made their money off of division. So they haven't transformed yet in order to start making money off of love, right? So when they realize that love is selling, they'll start finding ways to sell us love. Because, you know, Consumer Digest America, you know, is basically supply and demand. If it's in supply, then that's what they're gonna, you know, that's what the people are gonna demand, right? But right now, what's in supply is negativity, controversy, so on and so forth. So the people will have to demand something different for them to supply us with something different, right? So if we demand love, then they're gonna have to sell that back to us. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. It makes sense in my head. Nikki, don't be like them 45-year-old ladies in the office hating on the young stars. Yeah, they is tearing her down. They is not. Girls, stay off the internet. They is on Nikki top in these comment sections. That's why I say, like, you can't get on the internet and speak about certain, you know, groups, because this is their domain. This is their, you know what I mean? You fall out with the youth on the internet, you know what they're gonna do. Come on. You know what they're gonna do. They're gonna go around and tell every young person that you on some shit. And every young person gonna believe them, because they're gonna believe each other before they believe us. That's just it. You know, they're gonna believe each other before they believe us. So I can sit here and tell my story till I'm blue in the face. They don't give a fuck. They do not give a fuck about your story. They're gonna believe the young person. Well, I'm gonna go with her because she's closer to my age. That's what they're gonna say. I believe her because she's closer to my age. I don't believe you. You too far from my age to tell me the truth. That's what they say to each other. I don't believe, they don't want the facts, merits, or nothing. They going by how that shit make them feel. And I guess in their mind, what they saying is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, your ass on your way out the door, I still got to deal with them for some years. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying, like, that's like, you know, like somebody that's not in your school coming up to your school and starting shit with people that's in your school. You know what I mean? In your mind, you're like, nigga, you don't even go here. So me taking your side is still going to leave me to deal with the people that I go to school with. So I'm just going to take the school side, and, you know, 'cause I got to deal with them. I got to go to school with them. You know what I mean? It's like Day said, you know what I mean? I got to live here. You don't. Now, if I get in trouble with them, look at my roof. Look at my roof. See, you play too much. Right? So yeah, y'all make sure y'all hit the star up here. Hit the star up here and subscribe to the page. I'm just trying to get 10 today. So we got 7. We need 3 more people, 3 more subs to the page, and we'll hit our goal of 10 subs. On TikTok, in order for you to start gifting people subs, you got to reach 50 subs first. So in order for us to reach the gifting sub part, we got to get to 50 subs. So we got to get to 50 subs, and then we can start gifting subs. Unless they change it to 35. I haven't checked any TikTok updates. We used to have 50 plus subs, but, you know, the page got banana. Then TikTok went through its downfall. Everybody stopped pushing money into TikTok, so on and so forth. And we're going to put a nice group together to where as though we can start battling each other over here, or at least sitting on the battle screen. The TikTok like when you're sitting on the battle screen. So once I find, you know, a couple of people that I can go live with, you know, build a community with, that's, you know, having these levels of conversations, we'll go live and we'll build up different variations of conversations with like-minded people. This is about a collective, is about drawing in the collective and helping that collective grow and build. So over at the Atlas family, we do have a collective, and we are, you know, growing and building. And we got the clothing store, we got Atlas Music. If you're doing the cartoon or AI thing, we got Atlas Studios on YouTube. And you can check us out on Spotify and other platforms, Amazon, iHeartRadio, so on and so forth. Atlas Music Productions, Atlas Family Music Productions, I'm sorry. But neither here nor there. All of us are kind of at a disarray. Some people are putting you in a fight with others. Some people are putting you in a fight with yourself. Some people are, you know, manipulating and trying to make it seem like, you know, you're the problem. And, you know, I stepped away from a lot of communities because people was trying to make me seem like the problem. And then when I went back to them communities, guess what? They were still doing the same shit. The only thing that changed was some characters, right? They just, you know, replaced me with a different face that they wanted to blame the problem on. So when it comes to the realization of this, one's perception goes greater than reality, because whatever you perceive, that becomes your reality. So if you're perceiving, and if you're around people that's perceiving stuff, you might want to get away from them. Because if somebody's got bad intentions for your life, your journey, then what they're doing is they're reaping bad intentions into your life. This is why the Bible say, how can you love me who you never seen, yet hate your brother who you do every day? When you tell people about your goals, your aspirations, so on and so forth, they put negative intentions on it, right? And when people put negative intentions on your life, your journey, your future, guess what? Negative opportunities is going to come your way. So when people are putting you in a fucked up space in their mind, right? What they're doing is they're creating a situation where negative energy starts to come your way. Thus far, negative choices, negative opportunities, and you know what I'm saying? So a lot of times you got to be careful on who you taking your endeavors to, who you taking your you know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna put their intentions on it. Some people tell you to your face that they wish you the best and hope everything go well, but that's not their true intent. They're just telling you that. Their true intent, you might not never know some people true intent. That's why it's not good to tell everybody what you up to and what you're doing, right? And some of y'all got people in y'all life right now, it just seems weird. They only contact you to make sure that you still in the same fucked up situation you in. They make it seem like they were just checking on you, like they were about to offer help or had a solution, right? But they just want to know you still on Section 8, still going through it, still fighting with your boyfriend, and the kids don't like you. That's what they just want. That's all they want to know. You still fucked up? Your life still rough? All right, cool. Just wanted to make sure that there was somebody out there going through some worse shit than me. That's what people call you to do. People call you to make sure that you still going through it. You still on them drugs? Yeah, all right. Just making sure you still strung out. So that way my little bit of sippy ain't that bad. Making sure I still have somebody fucked up around me. So when somebody says something, I can be like, look at Sharonda. Shit. I know I ain't doing that bad because I ain't out here like Sharonda. Like, that don't justify what the fuck you doing, and that don't justify your life. That's not saying that you not doing that bad because you know somebody that's doing worse than you. And in fact, that means you are worse because you're preying on somebody else's downfall so you can look better in the shit that you doing. So that does make you worse, you know? And we keep on doing it to each other, and then we act like we don't know that we doing it. I think that's the fucked up part, is that we keep on doing it and keep on acting like we don't know what we're doing. Keep on giving people our ass to kiss with feelings and emotions, and then act like we don't know that we did it. I gotta put some funds together today because I gotta make some moves. I gotta clear some energy out. You know, it's just like just when you get into this energy stuff, you'll start to realize that all energy ain't good energy. So when you start putting people around you and you start being a reader of people, right, you got to realize that everybody don't got good intentions. Everybody don't, you know what I'm saying? So when you start getting fucked up energies around you, you can try to tolerate those energies for as long as you want, but those energies will start weighing on you, because what they'll do is they'll keep on intensifying the negative that's in the air. So as soon as you try to clear the air of negative, they'll find something else to be negative about. So every time you're clearing the air out of negative, guess what? They're pushing it back into your house. So that's why they keep on bringing you negative conversations. That's why they keep on bringing you they Hufflepuffs. They, my God, this, that, and the third. That's why they keep on bringing you that. Some people get around you just to transfer that energy to you. Some people get around you so they can transfer their hate, their whatever. And a lot of people, they living out of resentment. They're not living for the future because they don't have nothing to strive for. So what they're doing is they're trying to find people to blame their shortcomings in life. So instead of trying to be a better person themselves, they just going to say, it was your fault. It was your fault. Right? So it's so hard to actually, you know, be at peace and try to be in a peaceful energetic situation, especially if you're dealing with somebody who feel like they, you know, they feel like they already got some shit towards you. They feel like they already got some, whether it be jealousy or whatever. Like, I had to learn a lot of shit the hard way. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn that my dad was in secret competition with me. It was like every time I put on a shirt or wore something nice, he was like, man, that shirt made me want to change my shirt. I'll start working out and he'll be like, oh, what you working out for? You make me want to work out working out. Are you trying to get big so you can be bigger than me? Like, I started looking at shit differently. Like, bro, what the fuck? What is you talking about? Like, I'm not thinking about none of that type of shit when I go get a haircut. I didn't go get a haircut to make you look like you need a haircut. I didn't put on this shirt to make it look like you needed to change your clothes. That's something in your mind, right? So when I started realizing that people's physical aspiration, like whatever they do in life, is actually that, like, the energy is built up from their spirit, right? So their spirit is building up, and then your expression of that, right? So your feelings and emotions is your spiritual expression, right? And not everybody got a good spiritual expression. Some people's spiritual expression is dark. You get around people constantly talking about death, constantly talking about the unaliving process, constantly trying to put you down. Every time you smile, they like, what you smiling for? They constantly trying to pick your brain. If you having a good thought or in a good state of mind, they'll be like, what you thinking about? They'll constantly come around you and just try to talk about negative stuff, talk about stuff. They're trying to get your attention to focus on what they want. So they're building up that shit. It's kind of like with the McDonald's situation, right? She has so much, and she's like, empath, you got to be careful out here, because somebody is going to get an empath and then they're going to feed you and put a bunch of stuff in there to try to make you go off. Now, it's not going to be the person that you want to go off on. It's always someone else. That the person who's putting these triggers in you, right? It's not, it don't trigger you. It triggers you when you hear somebody else say it, right? So think about it. The person that was in your house calling you crazy all the time, right? They're the problem, right? They're the main problem, right? But then when somebody else say, you know, you're crazy, right? Now that's the trigger, right? Because this person planted that seed, right? So when they plant the seed, when somebody else say it to you, that's when it grow. You know what I mean? They're planting the seed, they're watering the seed, so on and so forth. But until somebody else say it to you, that seed don't grow. When somebody else say it to you, that's when that seed grow. Right? So that's why they say, like, so many repetitions. If you want something to come true in this life, you got to have so many repetitions of it. You know what I'm saying? I duck this. I literally let people have their exits. Some people will create a fallout with you so they can get the exit that they want. You know, I learned that being in a household with people that didn't want to be there, right? When you in a household with people that don't want to be there, they'll create a fight with you so they can get the exit that they want. They really want to leave, but they don't want to feel bad or guilty about leaving. So they'll create the issue so that way they can justify their walkout. I did it to myself a couple of times. I self-sabotaged myself like that a couple of times where, you know what I'm saying, I created a problem so I can create the exit that I wanted. You know what I mean? Later on, when I looked at it, I thought about it and I'm like, damn, why didn't I just leave? If I was going to leave anyway, I shouldn't have, you know what I'm saying? I should have just left. So a lot of times when people are aiming to correct themselves, they'll do these little markers where they'll correct certain parts in their timeline where they go back and understand the timeline a little bit better. But a lot of people don't do that. I come to understand myself. That's why I understand people better. Some people want to exit. And when some people want to exit, you can't change their exit. You're going to set yourself up for failure if you change that exit. For instance, you can have a conversation with somebody, right? And you can ignore so many signs, right? You can, all right, I'm gonna make it a short one, right? You can ask a friend, like, hey, you think you can give me a ride on Monday? They'll say, shit, I got a bunch of stuff to do Monday, right? Then you'll say, damn, you didn't even find out what time I needed a ride. And then they'll say, oh, okay, what time you need a ride? And then you say, well, shit, I actually need a ride anytime. So what time are you available? And then they'll say, well, I got to work at 3:00, you know, so, you know, anytime after 3 is good with me, right? And then you say, all right, so how about 5:00, right? And then they say, damn, I just thought about it. At 5:00, I got to go over to my grandmom's house. You say, damn, well, how about after you get done your grandmom's house? You say, they say, all right, bet. I'll just stop through when I get done at my grandma's house, right? Now, the problem with this conversation is the person who needs the ride ignored all of the signs that this person was trying to get out of this and didn't want to do nothing for them, right? Because the moment you mentioned the ride, they automatically said they was busy. They didn't know what time. They didn't know how far. They didn't know any details about this ride. You could have needed a ride up the street. You could have needed a drop off. You know what I'm saying? They didn't need to give you the details about it. You know what I'm saying? You didn't even give no details about this ride for them to be denying it, right? But that's what people do. So a lot of times when someone's looking for that exit, just let them have the exit. That way it saves you the betrayal later on. Because once it goes down, what they're going to do is they're not going to I didn't sneeze. Y'all don't have to say bless you. I didn't sneeze. I don't want to be less. Don't tell me to be less. I didn't do anything. I don't want to be less. A lot of times people don't even, you know, take into consideration, you know, what they saying. Like a lot of people will volunteer you a lie. You got to be careful. Some people that's in secret competition with you, they'll volunteer you a lie so nobody else can do it. You'll ask a group of people like, man, I need a ride this weekend. Everybody will be going somewhere, right? Everybody be like, yo, this weekend we gonna do this. We all gonna meet up here, so on and so forth, right? And you'll be like, well, shit, I need a ride. Who am I riding with, right? And the person who in secret competition with you, they'll say, oh shit, you could ride with me, girl. I'll pick you up right before I leave. I'll pick you up, right? And then what they do is they'll make it seem like they're running late, they're too busy, and they couldn't pick you up. And then they'll leave you. And then when you address the issue, like, why you ain't just tell me that you know what I'm saying, that you was busy? I could have got a ride with somebody else, so on and so forth, right? That's when they hit you with some fucking gaslighting shit and say, girl, it ain't even that deep. That's what they'll say to you. That's the bullshit they'll say to you. As soon as you go to address the issue because you missed it and they didn't come pick you up and everything like that, they'll gaslight your ass and be like, girl, it ain't even that deep. Like, what the fuck? Nah. You set me up. And people do that. People do that all the time. They set you up. I don't be looking for that. That's why I be saying, like, please don't volunteer no lie. If you gonna say that you gonna come through, come through. If you say that you don't put me back in that trauma shit, man. You know how many nights I spent as a kid looking at the window thinking somebody was gonna come visit me and shit like that because they said that they was gonna come pick me up for the weekend or whatever the case may be. Like, and now we putting each other through that same shit as adults, just volunteering lies, like, you know. You know, something like I used to volunteer them lives until I realized, like, you know, when I was trying to make plans, it seemed like the you know, the outside world would get in the way of the plan, so it would always make it look like I planned something that was not, you know, it. And then I started realizing, like, one, you can't give your secrets to the world. Like, if you got endeavors, if you trying to inspire towards something, sometimes it's better to keep your aspirations to a, you know, don't talk and tell everybody about it, because one, people will steal your idea. But in order for them to steal your idea, they got to slow you down from getting to it. See, that's the fucked up thing about this. A lot of people are reaping karma on what they did because a lot of people stole my ideas. And now they're reaping the karma from that because they stole my ideas, right? And try to put it into action. And in the process of them stealing my ideas, they try to slow me down in my progress. I didn't give a fuck that they were stealing my ideas. I was happy to see the idea, you know, in play, right? But they stole the idea and then try to stop me from growing, right? I took some great ideas to some big content creators on TikTok, right? I took some great ideas to some agencies on TikTok regarding, like, you know, a TikTok battle house. Like, basically you can sell it to like VH1 or you know, one of those other networks if you put together like a battling house, you know what I mean? If anybody put together a content creator house where people can come in like big brothers, but they settle their differences and stuff like that through different, you know, games and stuff like that, it'd be like Big Brother for content creators, right? If somebody started a house like that, NBC will buy that shit. ABC will buy that shit. If you started a show like that, that's something that they can get many, many seasons out of. If somebody start like a real world rule challenge for content creators, other companies will buy into that because that's something they can get so many seasons out of, right? Even if you was to put together like a group from TikTok and a group from YouTube and had them battling it out with different YouTube events and different TikTok, you know, activities, right? That's going to go a long way. That's something that somebody can bank on for like 10 plus 20 years, you know, season 2 of, you know, content creator or whatever. That's something that people will bank on. But you got a lot of these higher up content creators that's not thinkers. They're sitting on here stealing the lower content creators' ideas and then still suppressing them after they steal your idea. It's the craziest shit ever that they steal your idea and stop you from getting to a bag. Most fucked up shit. One thing to steal my damn idea, but it's another thing to stop me from getting to the bag as you steal my idea, just so you can downplay me and be like, yeah, he ain't got no followers. He don't even be having no numbers in his room. Like, ain't nobody over there. Da 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 da. Why would I need to steal something from him? That's how they do you. So they suppress you so you can't grow, so your voice won't be heard. But then they also steal your idea in the process and then try to make it seem like you a nobody. The Knot did that shit. The Knot stole every idea. He's on Twitch now. He's on TikTok now. He's talking about building his Discord now, right? All the shit that he tried to, you know, talk shit about me, attack me about, all of that shit. Now look at him. Look at him. All the shit that he said, now he a sociopath because he stole everything that I was doing. We was on multiple platforms. We was growing, so on and so forth, right? We try to help him and like promote him over here on TikTok, right? He literally try to dox us, do all of this weird shit, thinking that y'all didn't already know the story about my life and so on and so forth. And now look at him. Now he homeless. Now he dealing with karma. Now he going through it. Now he's sitting over there crying about how YouTube demonetized him, all of this other shit, right? That because you got to be careful who you tearing down. A lot of these darker beings, they can't touch us as light beings no more. They can't touch us. They can't play that same game with us, right? So all we got to do is stay at peace, stay humble, and the universe going to give them the karma. All you got to do is sit back and watch it. And because the world is moving so much faster now, karma hitting people a lot faster. You can say something to me right now, and in the next hour, karma will slap the shit out you. So, you know, it said it said like in the time of Aquarius, in the Aquarius sky, no negative can live in the Aquarius sky. Now, that's not saying that people won't push out negative, right? But it's saying that it can't live, like a bug zapper. When you push out negative energy, that shit zap that shit like a bug, and that shit come back to you tenfold. That's why a lot of people reaping what they sow. Some people done push out so much negative energy that ain't no telling what type of karma about to hit you. That's why I don't really say nothing about when somebody's energy is transferred, somebody's no longer here in the physical. I don't sit there and try to be like, I don't want to lie to myself and be like, man, that was a great person. Why did the universe have to do that? This, that, and third. Nah. Be honest with yourself. It's a lot of nasty people that's getting took out right now. It's a lot of fucked up people that's getting took out right now. And evil people is getting sick. Let's be honest about that. Evil people is getting sick. You motherfuckers is coughing. Oh shit. Oh man. I don't know what's wrong with me. God ain't mother, but that yeah, cause you evil, nigga. That's why that shit hitting your ass like that. Cause that evil got your music break. Y'all tap the screen, build the room up.
You like to talk a lot of smack. You spy and lie, you boast, always gotta do the most behind my back. When you're faced with all the facts, you switch right up, you don't remember all of that. Showing off like you're in a pageant, bragging on about your status. Little do they know there's a real dark method to your madness. All the hate you brew inside, tragic. From a monster to the victim, play the role so well, dramatic. Is that it? Moving on, now it's time for me to work, wave my magic wand. You're no match for me or the power of my tongue. Let me show you how it's done. I can too terrorize you for fun. Demon be gone. You're a narcissist, can't hide it when it shows. Tied down by your traumas and now they won't let you go. You're a narcissist, a reaction is your aim. I'll just give you nothing, watch you lose at your own game. You're a narcissist, it's always your way, it's your lane. Doesn't matter what I try to say, decline. You want what's mine, try to bring me down, try to take me out, but you can't steal my shine. You always want to start a fight, no rules, never can you lose, no clue to why you always gotta be right. Tell me why you're so uptight, if it's all for show. Gotta let shit flow, gotta let shit go. Can't dwell on it your whole life. Get back, I don't want your static. Nothing but a drama addict. Those repeated cycles. I have studied all your habits, but the way you stare at me, you savage. Try to pawn your pain on me, return to sender with that package and trash it. Moving on, now it's time for me to work, wave my magic wand. No more dragging me through the dirt, teach you right from wrong, run you like a marathon. Once that truth turns to karma, you're done. Demon be gone. You're a narcissist, can't hide it when it shows. Tied down by your traumas and now they won't let you go. You're a narcissist, a reaction is your aim. I'll just give it nothing, watch you lose at your own game. You're a narcissist, it's always your way, it's your lane. Doesn't matter what I try to say, divine. You take my soul, try to switch them roles. That destiny swapping, mocking, blocking shit. It's a no-go, all that ego doesn't fit. Only care for the glam, only care for the glitz. Way too grubby, but you wanna give gifts. Indian giver on a power trip, acting like you rich. All the money in the world wouldn't change your attitude. Love bomb if you want, won't change my point of view on you as you laugh and you flaunt. Take your exit too. You're no match for the highest with authority over you. True. Now back to the money. Say you built the hive, forcing me the honey. Don't wanna be exposed.
All music brought to you by Atlas Family Music Production.
Funny, bummy, pick a personality. Many burn bridges, friendship fatality. You see it one way. I see duality like calories. Burn away them dark principalities. You're a narcissist. Can't hide it when it shows. Tied down.
And that's why I say, like, you can't beat this young community. The younger community, they got a wave right now, right? The best thing we can do is understand them. That's the best thing we could do, is try to understand the youth, because you can't beat them. The reason why I say you can't beat them is because by giving them the energy that they want, they win, right? So if our younger generation is trying to blame it on us and make us out to be the problem, right? Then we supposed to be, as the older generation, we supposed to be observant of it and be like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing, right? If it's a child, if a child don't know what they're doing, but I know what they're doing, then I'm gonna observe it and be like, oh, okay, what you're doing there is so on and so forth, right? I think our problem is not just observing what they're doing wrong. We think we got to correct them and tell them about it, right? And a lot of times that's not necessary. And the reason why I say it's not necessary, because you're not fixing the problem by telling them that you recognize what they're doing. What you're actually doing is you're tampering with their feelings, and well, you're actually playing on their ego, because once you call them out on a bullshit, they don't sit there and humble themselves. It's not like you got kids out here that's like, you know what, you right. I was trying to, get you in your feelings and emotions and make you mad, and I was harvesting some jealousy or some fucked up feelings and shit like that, but I'm gonna try to get over it. You think a kid gonna tell you that? Be honest. If you run across a kid and you saying, listen, I don't know what it is, I don't know what your problem is, I don't know what you got, what your intentions are with this, so on and so forth, but blah 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 blah. Do you think a kid gonna look at you and say, you know what, you're right, I never thought about it like that, I have been going about this all the wrong way? What? You ain't living in 2025 if you think you about to get that. They gonna justify everything they do. It's like when they come in the house and you say, why'd you leave close the front door? Why you leave the front door open? They're gonna say, oh, because I was about to go back out. That's why I left it open. No, that don't make sense. You can sit there and say, turn your TV off if you're not using it. And they'll sit there and leave it on. And they'll tell themselves like, oh, it's because I was coming right back to it, so I left it on. Because no, you was actually being lazy. Like some kids will leave their shit on and go outside and be like, oh, I left it on because I was going to come right back to it. What? You just went outside for 2-3 hours. What do you mean you was coming right back to it? Oh, I got sidetracked. Exactly. That's why we telling you to turn it off, because you don't know in the next moment what that next adventure might lead you into. But kids won't listen to that. Just like adults, we won't try to understand them and realize that they're not in the same world that we were in. We keep talking about that back in my day shit. Back in our days, we rode bikes. Back in our days, we had to read body language. Back in our days, we had to, be a quick read in some of these neighborhoods so we wouldn't get, fall victim to the bullshit of the neighborhood, right? They're not in those days. We were in a time where we had to pay attention to our environment. Apparently, they're not in the time where they even give a fuck about the environment. They paying attention to social media and the images that they're creating on social media. Right? They not paying attention to what they don't give a fuck if the neighbor's grass is cut, if the yard look nice. They don't care about none of that shit.
All they need is one room in the house, pretty much, preferably the bathroom, so they can look at the damn mirror all damn day. Y'all know that. These motherfucking kids go in the bathroom and spend 45 minutes looking in the mirror recording dumb shit. And they act like nobody know that they in there with their phone fucking staring at the mirror for 3 damn hours. But what you doing? Nothing? Oh, you in there motherfucking cutting eyebrows off and more shit. I was doing the live. After these kids, they doing all their lives from the bathroom. Live from the porta potty. Sitting in that motherfucker bored as hell doing shit. Talking about, no, I seen it on TikTok. I seen it. It was a trend. It was a fairy with a baddie and a fat. Sit, get the fuck. We gotta teach these kids how to separate the YouTube shit from their reality, because they're bringing that same trolling shit to reality. Like, the kids are now trolling the adults. We don't know. Well, some of y'all don't know what the fuck they doing when they be trolling y'all. Y'all really be letting these kids get y'all in y'all feelings and emotions, and they be trolling. They walk away laughing. You walk away mad as hell. I had a group of kids that was calling my phone, playing on the phone. They would do it like every so often. Like, it'd be like 2 weeks to go by, and then they'll call on the phone and play. I don't know who it was. I think it might have been, Edith Workman, whoever had the phone before me, or this number before me a couple of years ago. But when you put business numbers on social media and stuff, ain't no telling who gonna call and play. A lot of these people, like, we live in a troll-based society. If you know what I'm saying, being honest, like, we live in a society where everybody's trolling. Everybody's, highly opinionated, and everybody's a troll. Anybody can get trolled. Look at what's going on right now with that McDonald's manager, right? That when I put the music on my page, I was putting the music on my page to tell people, like, this is her music. But now they trolling with the music. I didn't know it was that many people playing that damn music. I got to go back and look at that shit. I think I put it on my page on one of the things with the breaking news thing. But these motherfuckers is trolling. Can you imagine them teenage girls every fucking time they open up TikTok, they hearing that shit? They done made that shit go viral. Sober, whatever the fuck that's called. That shit sound like some roots or something. That shit sound like one of them voodoo chants or something. That shit gotta be opening up portals with inside somebody. That shit demonic. You ain't gonna go into October listening to that shit. Hell nah, we ain't gonna go into All Hallows Eve listening to that. We gotta stop now. Why are you messing with stuff? Come here. Come here, Zena. Why are you messing with stuff? Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Thank you. All right, thank you. Go. Because you bad. She just hugs my beard. If I say give me a hug, she'll just hug my beard, like my chin. When I say give me a hug, she'll be like, badass cat. No, she's not a cat yet. She's just a kitten. She was a fairy and a fatty and a yo, the internet is undefeated. I don't know why Nikki come around messing with these young kids, man. You should have just appeased, humbled yourself, Said, you know what? You got it. Y'all young people is the wave. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be, you should have just, that's what you should have said to SZA. Look, you got it. Y'all young people is the wave. So on and so forth. See, man, y'all know what's going on. Y'all know what's going on better than most people know what's going on. Shit. Man, quality. Look, they gotta be motherfucking analyzing me. These motherfuckers gotta be watching me or something. Quality Roots and Joyous, they always sending me text messages. Every time I think I'm low on bud, motherfucking Quality Roots, like every 3-4 days, Quality Roots, like, hey, check out these promotions that we got for you. No, you don't, motherfucker. Cut it out. Joyous talking about some order online. No. Sick of y'all text messaging my phone, convincing me to buy marijuana. You already know I'm gonna buy it, so just leave me alone. You recently went live together. Okay. Bone Thugs. Harmony. That's what I said. Nicki Minaj talking about this girl, you know, weight, and she done went under the knife and had cosmetic surgery, all types of shit. So I think that's where the youth is looking at this too. Like, you talking about somebody's body and you bought yours, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think she lost this one right here. She should have just stuck to the Rock Nation beef. She would have won that battle.
1 + 1 = 3.
She had a chance in that Rock Nation battle.
Inside you a galaxy, hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Now I know the law of one. Power in the sun. We're made up of liquid gold. Wise will make your mind unfold. Hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, wa, do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 hanging with Mr. Wise. Oh, 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 I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Ralph the Wise. I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Ralph the Wise. I'm hanging with Mr. Wise. Ralph the Wise.
Dang. Hey, y'all make sure y'all join the Discord. Make sure y'all join the Discord. This is all natural. That could be why Nicki Minaj is attacking her. If you don't like that, she got her for hard work.
We got music, we got art. Love is love, sets us apart. It's a virtual town, so inviting. You know they want you around, it's exciting.
Don't think Nicki can win it. Like, I could win. Like, I don't think this is good. You know what I mean? I just don't think she did that. If you sit there saying that Jay-Z and Desert Ray Perez is the ones who got hate for the community, how are you knowing the community? You know what I mean?
Story time, movie nights. We get messy and watch the fights. It's a virtual town and it's glowing. Very busy with the love we've been showing. The party's going on in the
This is not all natural, but she's more natural hair, everything like that. I don't know if she got any like or all that other shit. I don't know. Yeah, silicone. I don't know that. But she's more natural than Nicki. We know for a fact that Nicki got a butt infection. And that's why she said, yeah, it's finally soft. Yeah, it's finally soft. I guess those ass shots were off. You know what I mean? I didn't look up if SZA got like tummy tuck, all of that type of stuff. I didn't look up that. But still, like weight shaming her, you know what I mean? Body shaming her. I don't think that was the direction. Not in a world where we're fighting so much of that already. We're fighting so much, you know. We're literally fighting, you know, different forms of discrimination. So everybody's fighting a different level of discrimination. You know what I mean? A multitude of people is fighting for different levels of discrimination. So, you know. And like I say, our youth, they have a different opinion on things. They're more open to a lot of stuff, but they also have like a different tolerance for stuff too. So they're building different. They're generating a different energy inside of them, you know, and we got to understand that of what they're generating inside of them, you know, and try to find a way to be at peace at it. They're not operating like we operate. They're not even in the same mindset that we're in. They don't have the same fears. They don't have the same worries. They don't have the same doubts. They don't have the same regrets. They don't have, we're holding on to that stuff. We're harvesting some stuff. I mean, they're harvesting some stuff too, but you don't know what they're harvesting. You can only make an assumptions on what they're harvesting. Unless they come out and tell you. A lot of people can't take being called a shitty parent. A lot of us adults don't want to take being called shitty parents. You know, I accept the fact that I might be a shitty parent because nobody wrote the book on parenting. There's no guideline for this. So I accept the fact that, you know, to a certain kid, your parenting could be considered shitty, you know, especially when they comparing you to their peers' parents. You know what I mean? Some parents don't care. A lot of time your kid will compare you to a parent that don't care. You say, never mind, change their hair, nose, boobs, booty, and skin color. Who's the one not comfortable in their body? That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't body shame somebody who's comfortable in their body. If you're the one that's uncomfortable, you can't go around and make other people feel uncomfortable, right? If you're the one with insecurities, you can't go around and make other people feel insecure. You have to deal with your own shit. And in this situation, I think a lot of the stuff that somebody is saying
is actually shit that they feel about themselves. She just trying to put it on SZA so SZA can feel bad. That's called transferring karma, right? That's a transferring of karma. She's transferring her karma to SZA and trying to make SZA feel bad because she feel bad. That's escaping the karmic law, you know? So she's using this to escape the karmic law, Levi. Yeah, he just had that in a cake. He just had that in a piece of cake. The youth is undefeated. When it comes to this internet shit, you can't beat them. And the reason why I say that is because there ain't enough older people that's on the internet. You get what I'm saying? Like the older generation, they like, man, I don't that internet shit, that technology shit, that shit gonna be this, that shit. The younger people, they all on it. Everything that they do is tech savvy, internet related, so on and so forth. SZA should feel bad. Nicki don't be insecure, bro. Should use bots. Nicki has barbs. Yeah, but SZA didn't come at Nicki. Nicki took something the wrong way, or SZA said something, and Nicki took it as if SZA was talking about her. SZA said she wasn't talking about nobody, right? And let's think about this: a bot system or a not about a bot system. Like how I go about conducting my business has nothing to do with you body shaming me, right? This is why I say accountability goes a long way. You guys want to disregard Nicki Minaj's actions because of her fame, her status. You know, y'all put her up on a pedestal. Now she can't do nothing wrong. And when she do stuff wrong, y'all justifications behind it doesn't match the actions, right? If Nicki Minaj is such an idol to y'all, then y'all should hold her to a higher standard, right? Y'all should say, you know, there's no way that she should be attacking this young lady, right? Because she's supposed to be at an exemplary point where she knows how she go about dealing with situations will affect the people who look up to her, right? If Nicki Minaj deals with a situation like this, then all the barbs think that they deal with situations like this, right or wrong. Not all of them, but some of them. That's why so many people in the world are justifying the nasty. All y'all say, oh, I'm with you when you right. All y'all say that right is right shit. Nah, man, y'all gangs. All of y'all are gangs. All of y'all that's, you know, all the people that's trying to appease to the older demographic, that's a gang. All the people that's trying to build, like they're just trying to care about Gen X, that's a gang. All the people who just siding with people because y'all in the same age bracket, that's a gang. That's a gang. If you just taking somebody's side because y'all in the same age bracket, that's a gang. That's gang mentality. I don't give a fuck if they wrong or not. Shit, we in the same age bracket. SZA changed her entire body, including her face. Okay. I get it. Some people don't like their self. But one person making changes to their self has nothing to do with someone else who decides to attack them for that. If someone's making changes to their self, they're making changes to their self. They're not making changes to you. It's not like she changed Nicki Minaj's body. It's not like she told Nicki Minaj to. If she's making changes to herself, then that's how she feel about herself. The changes that she need to make about herself. That's herself, right? But you telling me that we should shun her for it? I should tear her down for it. Well, Nicki Minaj did the same thing. She changed a lot of things. Nicki Minaj out here looking like I Dream of Jeannie. You could tell she had her nose done and all of that stuff. Nicki Minaj had her nose done, her lips done, her ass done, her titties done, her tummy tuck. Like, she had a lot of work on her too. But I don't think we're up here comparing who had the most work. I don't think that's the comparison. Nicki Minaj says something that's body shaming, right? And women are already fighting to feel comfortable in their own body, right? So not only are women already fighting to feel comfortable, right? You have a woman tearing another woman down. Why are we not looking at that? Why do y'all keep on overlooking that factor? So now you saying that SZA is Satan. So you saying that Nicki Minaj body shaming her is a holy act? Is that what you're saying? You say Nicki Minaj be letting truth out. No, you're talking satanic side. I don't know no more. This is just crazy shit. See? That don't even make sense what you just typed. Nicki is beefing with SZA's manager, who is trying to take down Nicki. SZA inserted herself. How did SZA insert herself? Nicki inserted her by assuming that something that SZA said was about her, and SZA cleaned it up or cleared it up, tried to, and said, I was not talking about her. I was not talking about anyone in particular. Now, just because you beefing with my management mean that you gotta attack me because you're beefing with my manager? How does that make sense? I'm just saying, like, let's just make some shit make sense. If it don't make sense, let's just say it don't make sense. It don't make no sense for me to bring somebody else into a beef. If they beefing with my manager, they beefing with my manager. I'm a whole different entity, right? Yeah, I think SZA lies. I think a lot of them might lie, but we're not talking about that. Nicki body shaming her has nothing to do with SZA, right? How I choose to go about attacking somebody has nothing, it don't say nothing about that person, right? So attacking the management or saying that it's shifty business, fucked up business going on is one thing, but to body shame her, that's a whole different thing. That's why I don't get what y'all looking at, because y'all keep on changing the goalposts. You saying because she's beefing with SZA's management, it's justifiable that she body shamed her? Because I'm trying to, we got to let our right be right and our wrongs be wrong. We got to let our yes be yes and our no's be no. Like, y'all got to help me understand this. Are y'all saying that this is justifiable because she's beefing with the management? Well, at the end of the day, Rock Nation will be exposed. Okay. At the end of the day, Rock Nation will be exposed. What does that have to do with body shaming? And I'm with y'all on that. Like, that's why I said Nicki should have just stuck with the whole Rock Nation beef instead of like trying to body shame SZA. She should have stuck with the whole Rock Nation beef, because the internet is not going to get over the body shaming part. Now they're not going to look at the beef that you got with Rock Nation. Now it just looks like you're tearing down a black woman. So however you're looking at this, you're looking at it wrong. Because once she went as far as body shaming, now everything that you said about caring about the culture, about caring about the people, all of that shit is off the table now. Do you get what I'm saying? That's like me saying, like, you don't care about the culture. You don't care nothing about the culture. And then you see me doing something that goes against the culture. Then don't that give you room to say, well, shit, you don't care about the culture either? right? So we going with the lesser of the evils? Is that what we saying here? Like, you know, because Rock Nation is worse than Nicki, then we should accept Nicki level of what's against the culture as opposed to Rock Nation's level of the culture. Like, which one are we saying here? Because if you ask me, now with Nicki doing this and body shaming, now it look like her, like she actually is against the culture too. She just picking and choosing when the culture should benefit her. Like in the Rock Nation situation, the culture should benefit her. But in the SZA situation, the culture should be understanding. Which one is it? SZA belongs to Rock Nation. That word got some y'all false. Nicki said she ain't someone to body shame, but SZA threw shade at Nicki. Y'all know Nicki ain't want to hold back. Okay. So we know Nicki can be vicious. All right. So is that what it is? Is it, should we accept, you know, just because we know? Like anybody can be vicious. Anybody could use their words to tear down. Anybody can use, but it takes a real person to, you know what I'm saying? Well, it takes a bigger person to come to the realization, the influence that their words are having on the people, and realize like, okay, I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. We got bigger fish to fry. You know what I mean? Why would you argue with the people that's up under if you're going after the head? If you're going after the head, then you just focus on the head. Nobody sits there and focus on the body of the snake if you know that you're supposed to take the head of the snake. The body gonna crumble. You said Rock Nation took Nicki's Instagram and blocked her out of it. How? Did they do that today? Because she just posted this. This was posted 4 days ago. Was it recently? She said she's going to kick anyway. I think Nicki Minaj is going to kick. Maybe their numbers, maybe they ain't getting the money that they was getting before, or I don't know what it is, but it would seem that no, for the past couple of days they have been doing a lot of things to her. Yeah, I know. We've been covering it over here on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. As far as her reaching out to Kai Cenat, as far as her getting in touch with Aiden Ross to try to go over to Kick, as far as her exposing, you know, Jay-Z and the Ramir thing, saying that Jay-Z had to the 18th to respond, as far as her putting out, you know, Megan Thee Stallion's judge denial of the situation with her camera guy getting thrown out. You know, we was like, okay, you know, Nicki Minaj has a better chance of taking down Rock Nation, you know, than Jaguar Wright, you know, but with this SZA thing, it's going to, you know, tarnish that fight with Rock Nation because they're not going to look at it how we're looking at it. We're not looking, see, Nicki Minaj is looking at this shit like, well, you're a part of Rock Nation, so you can get it too, right? But the internet is not looking at it like that. The internet is looking at SZA as her own individual person, right? And you body shamed this individual person. Now, once again, that's why she said, I wasn't even talking about you or to anyone. And then she said, fuck yes, I'm mad now. Do you need that? And then she said, I get bullied by millions online every day, then step my ass out on an packed stadium tour. People show me real love in real life. My parents are healthy. Now, some of them could be secret shots, some of them could be secret jabs. You know what I mean? I know some of them, you know what I mean? But at the same time, she did say, I wasn't even talking about her or anyone. You know what I mean? Say Mercury retrograde. Wait, shit. Mercury retrograde. Don't take the bait. LOL. Silly goose.
They did say that it would cause a lot of
My parents are healthy was a shot. That has something that could have been a shot. That's what I'm saying. What your parents being healthy got to be with this. But I think she was just saying the things she was thankful for, maybe. Like, you know, my parents is healthy. You know what I mean? Like, maybe she just saying that. Like, I don't got time for that. You know what I'm saying? My parents is healthy. I'm good in life. You know what I mean? Maybe could have been a shot because Nicki parents is going through something different. I don't know. Well, I want to say beefing with the management and beefing with her is two different things. I would have said, you know what? I would have told, if I was Nicki, I'd have been like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, well, you know, I'm going through, you know what I'm saying? I'm battling with a lot of shit right now. And I just wanted to make sure that type of shit. You know what I mean? You say definitely a shot. Something. When you say people show me love in real life, I think that was a shot, as if to imply that Nicki don't get love in real life. That could have been a shot, right? My parents are healthy. That could have been a shot, right? So I think, like, based off of perception of one's life, you would know if these are shots or not. You know what I mean? Like, you know, if Nicki parents is going through something, Nicki reading this, she'll take that as a shot. You know what I'm saying? People show me love in real life. That's like implying that I don't get love in real life. So that could be a shot. You get what I'm saying? If I'm reading this through text with no context or no type of clarification, then all of that could be shots. But once again, I don't think that we're like why lie about freckles? Some people give their self beauty marks, or, you know, some people think that their face will look more attractive with a mole or something. They'll give their self fake moles. That's been going on for the longest time. You know, I can't say if some of her freckles are real or not. Maybe she has a little bit of freckles and she just, you know, just said, like, you know, I'll look greater with like a couple of more. Like, so let me just give myself a couple of more freckles. I don't know. Is it does it have to do with, like, you know, gingers being considered black now? Is that the thing? Is like, so freckles, you know, is that like the touch of the Irish, or what is that? What is it? So it's like it's a thing right now. So is that why they all like with the whole, you know, redheads coming out saying that they black and all of that stuff? Like, oh, we've been accepted, so now people are giving themselves freckles because it's like a fad. Like, is that what it is? Like,
What?
freckles. Like, sometimes you be hitting. Like, sometimes it be beauty waves like that. Yeah,
there is.
it be beauty waves like that. Like, some people get like nose rings. It'd be a fad
The only
one
reason I
time.
know is 'cause
Eyebrow
my
ring.
daughter-
You know what I mean?
When my daughter starts doing stuff and I'm like, what is on your face?
SZA had no business inserting herself in something that had nothing to do with her. She got what she looking for. You think she inserted herself in it, or I think it might have been a miscommunication error. I'm not
It
sure.
might be because she tried to respond with
I wasn't talking about her.
right. And she said silly goose, which indicates like she's saying, you know, let's keep it chill because like I had no intention.
But even if she's saying like silly goose, like she could be just saying like, look, don't fall for whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? If you beefing with my manager, don't fall for my manager thinking that I'm beefing with you or that I got something against you. You know what I mean? Which a lot of people will fall for that. A lot of people will fall for the, well, you hang out with them, so you know what I'm saying, you got a problem with me too. Or a lot of people will create a problem with you. It's the same thing you see on YouTube. Same thing you see on YouTube. You see all these content creators crashing out because they see supporters in other people's room and shit like that. That's the same thing right here. Because you fuck with that person, then I'm feeling like you saying something. You know what I mean? Who? What?
The word?
Oh, okay.
Hey. Yeah.
Nicki body shaming, but SZA be talking family, which is cruelly more important, body or family. Fuck. I gotta agree with you on that. Talk about me all you want, but don't talk about my family. Fuck, I gotta agree with you on that. If she is talking about family, fuck, I gotta agree with you on that. Say what you want to say about me, but don't talk about my family. I agree with you. I agree with you on that part. Gotta agree with you on that part. I'm with you when you're right. With you when you're right. All right, you got me. You found the niche. Right, I mean, right. But was she talking about her family, or are we making an assumption? She could have just been saying, you know, I'm thankful for having healthy parents. Like, you know what I mean? I don't care about that because, you know, my parents is healthy, my family is healthy. Like, could have been one of them. So was she talking about her family, or? And let's be honest, Nicki got a lot that we could talk about around her. The fact that her, you know, she married someone that was you know, and her brother did some shit and all of that shit. So, you know, if SZA goes in, then there's some stuff, there's some ammunition out there, you know. Having healthy parents wasn't related to the conversation. I know that's what makes me. That's why I'm saying like it was a slight, it was a jab because you know you bringing up something that's irrelevant to the convo, which makes it seem malice. You get what I'm saying, though? So it's like when you're looking at it from that perspective, it's like, why did she say that? Why did she bring that up? Had to be a reason for it. That people do that little sarcastic shit. So there's like one of them sarcastic statements that could have more to it than, you know what I mean? So yeah. Nicki isn't the mistake of any man walking this earth. Don't know what you mean by that. It's so confusing that I'm starting to believe that this is. Thank you. Is this real? Or is this a staged event to get traction and attention to both of these artists? Controversy is selling out the yin yang right now. Look at the N3on and Breakfast Club situation. Can we talk about that one? Are we to bring up that one? Hold on.
Well, I'll talk to you later.
And this puts a beef with a bunch of people, right? Because this is like the Breakfast Club representing the older generation, I guess. Neo representing the younger generation with streamers. Like this is like radio versus, content creator right here, right? This brings too much bullshit to the table, right? N3on, if y'all don't know, he's a troller. Like, so he got famous off of trolling people. He asked a lot of controversial shit, said a lot of controversial shit, and was in the mix of a lot of bullshit, right? So when they asked him, I guess N3on, he asked somebody what was their least favorite race, and then the dude was like, "I don't have a least favorite race. I don't know." He was like, "Well, I'll tell you, some stories," and a lot of his story was around, black people robbing his dad or so on and so forth. So it made it look like he disliked, black people with a higher standard of dislike. So when they got on the Breakfast Club was addressing all of this stuff, like you trolling Harriet Tubman and all of this stuff, so on and so forth. So they was addressing all of that stuff. But the way they did it, it just looked like they was attacking him and shit. And then Aiden Ross was in the comment section and he said, they washed up, what I'm saying? They just hating on you, so on and so forth. So now that creates a beef with Aiden Ross and the Breakfast Club. And then upon leaving, some phone calls was made where some people from the UK said that Charlamagne the God can't come to the UK or he's going to get poked up like Drake's hitman. So this is storing up some this got some shit to it too. I don't like the way this smell. Huh? I'm not liking the way this smell, guys. They didn't shake his hand on the way out. They like try to fist bump him and shit like that. And they were like trying to do like, I think I seen Charlamagne the God in one of the clips put up like a fist. Like what the fuck is going on? Oh yeah. Never mind. Nicki Minaj's father got unalived a couple years back in a hit and run. Oh yeah, that was shade.
Oh, that's bad.
That was shade. When she said my parents are alive, yeah, that was shade. That was all right.
And it was a hit and run.
Yeah. Once again, still playing on that mindset of like the industry that she in. So she whole time Nicki might be thinking that, they put a hit on her dad to try to keep her in line. Why would she bring that up?
Exactly.
Kanye West's mom got taken out just going for cosmetic surgery.
Right.
They said that was a motherfucking stay in line type thing. So yikes.
Right.
When you say that, and if I'm already fighting inside myself that my parents is no longer here because of the contracts that I signed in this fucking industry, and then you say some shit like that, oh yeah, fuck your weight class. Yeah, we in every weight class after that. We in motherfucking, you know what I mean? I don't give a fuck if you a heavyweight and I'm a featherweight. We getting in that ring. You know what I mean? If you bring up something that I'm already fucking tormenting myself about, Huh? I'll fuck around and karate chop a 9-year-old in the neck if they did that shit. I wouldn't, but I'm just saying I'll fuck around and high karate chop a 9-year-old if they did some shit like that. Some shit I can't really get no answers to, like some shit I can't really put my finger on. I'll fuck around and hi-ya. For real. For real. I will fuck around and karate chop a 9-year-old in the neck if they did some shit like that. So I can't even say and at this point I'm like, if that was that case, then shit. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, green light that shit then, Nikki. You know the gang rules. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead, get the green light then, Nikki. You know what I'm saying? Nikki said, let me check with the Barbs and make sure. Barbs, we good? You know what you did? All right, Barbs, we're going in. If that's what she did, all right, Barbs, you're good. You know what she did? You know what happened? All right, Barbs, time to go in. So yeah. You know, I guess you're looking at when you're looking at it like they're going to use all of their, sources to try to take shade, take shots. You know, I just feel like with Nicki going against Rock Nation and wanting the community to rally behind her, she probably should have stayed out certain variations of, altercations with this younger group. This younger group don't give a fuck. SZA got a collective that's on the internet that's tough. They will go spam the shit out of Nicki's page. You hear me? Y'all know I ain't lying. SZA got a collection online that is tough. Now, on the other hand, Nicki Minaj got some barbs too. Them barbs is deep. All right, so if y'all don't know what we just now was talking about, we're talking about this my parents are healthy statement that SZA made. My parents are healthy. We were saying like whether it was a shot at Nicki or whether it was one of those things that she was just saying she thankful for. Well, upon further looking into it, turns out Nicki Minaj's father was unalived in a hit and run situation. And that shit could probably be weighing on Nicki because she could be thinking like maybe some of the business deals that she got in or some of the things that she said could have caused them to take her father out. And her, saying that her parents are healthy could be a reminder of that. So it might be, all gloves off, That's probably where the body shaming comes in. Now, I don't know if that was said before or after the body shaming, but, lines was drawn in the sand. You know what I mean? Sticks was put on shoulders. If you ain't scared of this person, knock this stick off his shoulder, all of that shit. I could see all of that taking place right now. That's what I'm looking at right here. This was like one of those, if you ain't scared, go ahead and knock this stick off her shoulder. Well, yeah, you ain't scared of her, go ahead, cross this line. And now I can see the lines that was crossed and the sticks that was knocked off shoulders. I can see that shit. I can understand why this brawl is you know what I mean? SZA trying to play victim while she replying on the body shaming, but she don't reply on the bot issues. Okay. SZA's working with a bot system. This is what SZA actually tweeted. SZA responded, I have a beautiful family and I'm selling out arenas. Bark at the wall. Okay. I have a beautiful family. That's just saying like, I appreciate my family and I'm selling out arenas. So, which could be a little bit shade selling out the arenas part. If Nicki's not selling out arenas, then it could be like, I'm popping right now, you're not. So fall back.
You know what I mean? Okay, bark up the wall. We all know what that means. Wrong tree. I ain't even got to address you. I'm more important than you. Go find something to do. Ain't that what they say?
Mm-hmm.
Go find something to do. You better go find something to do. I'm not the one, not the two, or the three. Once the first person goes below the belt, it's open season. Absolutely. I agree with you on that one. You can't determine how low the other person go if you are already hitting below the belt. That motherfucker might go ahead and take it to hell. So you hit below the belt, they might go straight to hell. They might, you know what I'm saying? They might go below your kneecaps, you know what I mean? Shit, don't cheer your parents on the internet. Somebody will take it personal and wrong. You're right. Everything right now is being taken personal when it comes to personas, however you look at it. If Nicki is on Uggs, then I should be on Uggs. Too forgetting why she acting out. Oh, so you saying if it's understandable to her and you understand it too, then both of y'all got that booger sugar. Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. You saying if Nicki is using something that's making her see it the way she's seeing it, then you too is using that same substance that's making her see it the way she's seeing it. Tunchi. I get it. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying all around the board, all around the board, same song. It's just the same old song. All around the board, same song. But we can understand like this is the battle of the Eagles right now. That's what we watching. The meek and the humble. We're gonna sit and watch this from a distance. Like this is the battle of the Eagles. Everybody is operating in their ego. Their ego is what got them to where they're at right now. You know what I'm saying? Having that no nonsense attitude that, saying my way or the highway type shit. So all of these people that are in the industry that we idolize, you know what I'm saying? Their egos is bigger than their person. So right now, what you're watching is the clash of the Eagles. Look at all the other people that's coming out right now, doing all of this, weird ass shit. Look at Charlamagne the God in them. You know what I mean? That's a battle of the Eagles right there. We radio, we've been doing this for years, so on and so forth. This is our culture. Y'all coming in as content creators, you know what I'm saying? And then the content creators are all they making all the money, you know what I'm saying? You looking at ISO Speed, he's signing $600 million deals, right? With Twitch. So he's signing bigger deals and bigger contracts than NFL players. You know what I'm saying? Soccer players, you know what I'm saying? So on and so forth. You look at Casanat with this Tone brand, right? He's signing NFL players to his brand as a content creator. Never been done before. That type of shit never been done before. That a content creator signs an NFL player onto a brand? What? First of all, I never thought Nike would start signing content creators. That's crazy right there. They not athletes. How the fuck you get a Nike deal and you not in sports? That's crazy, right? So right now, you could damn near be what you want to be and live in color. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that Nicki eat Rock Nation. I think it's time for a little shake up right now. You know what I mean? I don't like the direction of this world. This whole, you know what I'm saying? I'm ready for women to have their power back because I think in this world, forcing y'all to operate in y'all masculine energy was one of our biggest fuck ups because once y'all started operating in y'all masculine energy, y'all don't know how to come back down and be kind and all of that other stuff and forget how to forget like y'all start doing the shit
that the niggas like y'all start doing that shit. Like, yeah, and I fuck your cousin, and you know, if you keep on fucking with me, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna throw some at your dad and really piss you off. Like, what the fuck? How you throwing around the one thing that I can't motherfucking throw around to get you back at? I can't go around throwing no motherfucking cootie cat at other people to piss you off. This shit is impossible. Y'all saying shit that y'all know impossible that can't be. Y'all going around telling people Susie mom that y'all going around saying suck my, like, how the fuck is you going around saying the most impossible shit? I can't turn around and say, well, eat my like, there's no way that y'all are reversing this shit on us like this. There's no way. I don't see. That's why I say niggas is dumb, because I don't see how y'all reversing this shit on us like this. I don't see how y'all, like, first it was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Now y'all out this motherfucker like, you gonna stay home, watch the kids cook and clean. I'm about to go throw this cootie cat on somebody's face. Like, what the fuck? I don't like y'all like this. I need y'all to go back. I need simmer down. Fuck that. I need y'all to go back to operating in secrecy. We need another Maury out this motherfucker saying, you are not the father. Fuck that. We need y'all to go back in the, I feel like, what's that one dude that came out with that song? I don't wanna know if you playing me. At this point, if this the shit that y'all making men go through when y'all being honest about playing games, then shit, keep that shit on the low. Y'all motherfuckers is vicious. Y'all are vicious with that shit. Y'all wanted to show us the power of the PUSS. I promise you, we see it. We see it. I recognize it. I recognize it, and I don't want no trouble. All right. You right. Men need mentors ASAP, because the way y'all motherfucker manipulative dipping our feelings and emotions right now, putting us in trick bags, got us fighting each other. Yeah, I just shit. I'm distraught right now. I'm so trauma. I'm scared. I'm scared to get to know people. I am scared. I am not lying. Y'all motherfuckers will introduce us to the friends, and then the friends start fighting. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Y'all will tell us that y'all care about y'all friends, and then as soon as we start caring about y'all friends, y'all be like, what the fuck is you acting like you care about her for? Is you fucking her? Like, y'all are, nah, I'm good. Y'all say crazy shit and don't even, you know what I'm saying? Y'all be mad at the video game. Y'all be like, you act like that video game gonna suck you. Like, yo, what the man? I'm scared of y'all. I'm scared. Y'all tongue right now, man, listen. The way y'all giving out tongue lashings, listen, miss me. I'm ducking that shit. And y'all will not, y'all, and I know men push y'all to it, but not all of us. Some of us respect y'all. Some of us try to walk away from y'all. Some of us but y'all be like, get your ass back here. Cause Johnny, Mark, Luke, and John did the same shit. You be like, what the fuck? What? Man, listen, I'm telling you, that shit different. I'm ducking. You hear me? I'm ducking. As soon as I see certain, I ain't say nothing. I'm good. Because I see it. And y'all taking that shit out on anybody. Any nigga who think that. That's why Cat Williams said Big Dick Deviance is going down. He knew it. They knew it. They knew that y'all, with anybody who running around in this world that thinking ding-a-ling rule, y'all motherfuckers is taking them back to school. I promise you. Anybody that's running around thinking that y'all is on their top and y'all don't care. Y'all don't care about no menacing bystanders or none of that shit. Y'all is dangerous out this motherfucker. Y'all say, well, you could have been one of them. That's the shit that y'all hit us with. And y'all run across somebody that's respectful and kind and care about y'all feelings and emotions. Y'all be like, well, you could have been one of them bad motherfucker dudes, so you can get it too. I'd be like, damn, I'm giving you all different high levels of respect, and you still hit me with you could have been one of them. Well, I get it. Some of y'all fighting against man. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all don't give a you a man? Get his ass. You don't give a fuck. For real. Hey, I get it. Whatever. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I can't, I can't determine somebody else's fight. You know what I'm saying? I know we need y'all. Y'all know we need us. Y'all just get to choose, when or how, I guess. I don't know, because y'all be like, y'all motherfuckers switch up so quick. I hope you don't think I need you, because I don't need you. Like, all right, well, okay, cool, fine. 3 days go by. You know damn well I need you. You shouldn't have. Why'd you listen to me when I said it? When I said it that time, why'd you listen? You should have came over anyway. If you really cared, you would have came over, even if I told you not to come over. What the fuck? Make that make sense. Then you would have made it seem like I was motherfucking forcing myself on you or some shit. Yeah, y'all take persistency and turn that shit around. Y'all will take a fuck that. If you really cared, you would have came over even if I told you not to come over. Then you would have called me a stalker. Nah, fuck that. Y'all not setting me. I refuse to get set up. Motherfuckers, I promise you. Y'all will say the craziest shit. Y'all will say the craziest shit. We'll be like, nah, we not gonna fight. We ain't gonna fight over y'all, right? Then y'all say some shit like a real man gonna fight over something that he love, right? And then as soon as we beating motherfuckers up over y'all be like, I don't even want that shit. Like, that ain't shit. I ain't for me. You going around beating people up. Hold on, man. Make up your motherfucking mind. For real. Y'all will tell us, oh, I want somebody that's caring and sensitive. Soon as a nigga shed a tear, now he's soft. Y'all motherfuckers get into arguments, and as soon as motherfuckers start crying, you talking about oh, there you go with that soft shit again. Like, what the fuck? But let it be y'all. Let y'all be the crier. You just gotta understand that I'm a crier. That's what I do. I don't know why. It's just hard to me. Sometimes you just gotta. What the fuck? What if I'm a crier? You niggas gonna tell me to toughen up. That's what y'all ladies gonna tell me. Y'all ladies gonna tell me to toughen up. Oh, you a crier? I need a tough one. As soon as y'all get a tough one, you know what I'm saying? One that motherfucker beat that give you the dick and then get out the bed. Then you like, oh, you don't even hold me. You just slang it and go get up and go play the game or leave the room. And which one do you want? Which one do you want? That's because y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Because y'all don't know, y'all keep everybody else in confusion. Because one thing can change y'all feelings. Y'all feelings always change. That's why when y'all go with feelings, y'all find yourself in the I don't know state, because it's a feeling. So that feeling changed. So y'all just go with the wave of that. And we got to motherfucking ride the wave of whatever the fuck y'all feeling. And y'all can't say I'm not telling the truth, because I'm going to say this to y'all, and then y'all determine whether I'm telling the truth or not. I'm not even in your dreams. So why, when you have a bad dream, do you wake up and hit me or get mad at me? I had a bad dream about you. Get away from me. Don't touch me. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? Okay. And some of y'all want to back up now, huh? Y'all don't want to explain that shit, huh? Y'all don't want to explain that shit. How y'all motherfuckers will wake up from the dream and be mad at reality. Okay. I had a dream you cheated on me. Get away from me. Y'all would even hit people about that shit.
I might tell you about it, but I'm not gonna hold it against you.
All right, I got another one. Watch this. Y'all will be watching TV, see a guy do some shit on the TV, and then take it out on the person that you with, talking about some. See, that's why we don't trust y'all right there. That's why we don't even trust y'all. Right, that is a movie. See, get away from me. Move over a little bit. That's why we don't even. That is a movie.
As soon as we bring up Sex in the City,
I don't watch it.
as soon as we bring up Sex in the City and how much those girls was fornicating, then we, as soon as we be like, see, that's what you be doing when you out with your girls, right there. Y'all be talking about penises, learning how to put on condom and sucking on bananas. That's what the fuck you doing right there. Y'all be like, that's just a TV show. That ain't nothing.
I've never done that.
Fake book club meetings and shit. Whole time y'all got strippers coming over the crib. Chippendale. Yeah. And then y'all use plausible deniability as soon as we catch y'all. That was Megan. Megan ordered them. Nobody knew Megan was having them people come. We didn't even know about that shit. Megan did that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all keep a single one in the bunch that y'all can blame everything on, right? Keep the single one there. The single one is who y'all put everything on. And the single one doing single shit. So y'all use the single one to put everything on. You know what I'm saying? We just went with it because Megan, you know she lonely. You know she ain't got nobody. Shit. So we be trying to make her feel good and shit. No, how the fuck you rubbing on the Chippendale nigga chest, making Megan feel good? Sit your lying ass down.
But those are the seeds they plant
Hmm?
to make you think those things are happening.
But what I'm saying is all of it is a manipulation of the intelligence because, like, okay, so however you want to look at this, it's like seduction, the art of seduction, right? It doesn't just come with coercing someone to have intercourse, right? When you actually read the art of seduction, it teaches you that anything, any conversation is a lure, right? So it's telling you that different variations of conversations throughout a sequence of time is generating a certain persona, right? So I think about this. If we're in the classroom, right, and I keep on telling you, like, man, this teacher mean as hell. I'm telling you, watch, this teacher mean as hell, right? Now, two things is happening, right? One, the teachers see that we're in interaction with each other, right? That's the one thing that's happening, right? That's building up a certain energy that tells that teacher that you're hanging around with a bad person, right? Because I already know that the teacher mean as hell because the teacher done got on my ass a couple of times, right? So now the teacher see you hanging out with the person who asked they had to get on a couple times, right? Now I'm hanging out with you. And I'll keep on telling you, that teacher mean as hell, watch. That teacher mean as hell, watch, right? Whole time, you don't know that I'm putting you in a position to get yelled at with me, right? So the whole time that I'm telling you that the teacher is mean as hell, I'm also setting up a scenario for her to be mean to us. You the only person that don't know what the fuck going on.
Right.
That's how people play on people in life. And by me constantly telling you that the teacher mean as hell, building up that mindset and that perception in your mind, the moment she go to get on our ass, you're going to start thinking that the teacher mean as hell too. And then the teacher is going to start doing stuff that makes her look mean as hell to you because I planted that perception in your mind. So because I planted that perception in your mind, reality showed you a reflection of that perception. You focused on it, and then it became your reality. My reality became your reality because I kept on planting that in your mind, thus far creating a scenario in reality where something can happen to make it look like the perception that I wanted to plan on you is the perception of one's reality. The same thing. That's why they say, paramount. You know what I mean? Education is paramount because when you start to constantly beat something into somebody, it manifests into reality, right? Think about it like this. When you constantly tell somebody that they're going to be a bad mother, a bad parent, guess what? Guess what happens? You'll start noticing these bad parenting things because that's what you're looking for. You have the things that you are intending that person to be has to start revealing itself in reality for you to say, see, told you, right? So when you put ill intent on people, right? Reality has to show you that reflection of your perception because your reality is what you perceive it, right? So if I'm constantly think about it like this, if I'm saying like, if I'm constantly trying to point out you're good, right? Eventually you're gonna start doing good shit because that's what I keep on telling you. Nah, you good. You take the trash out. You even if you're not doing it, right? If I'm telling you, think about it. Really think about it. If I say, this is what I'm doing, I'm tricking you, right? Because you not doing none of these things, right? But I'm doing two things. I'm telling you what I perceive a good person to be, and I'm telling you that you doing all of these good things, right? So now I'm telling you, like, nah, you good, like you clean, you know what I'm saying? You be sweeping the floor, you be mopping. Sometimes I see you cleaning up the bathroom, right? Sometimes you good as hell. So you be taking the trash out, you be doing this, right? Now, in your mind, you know damn well you ain't doing none of that shit, right? But because I gave you my idea of what good is, in order for you to make me think you're good, what do you have to do?
You have to perform
The things that I named. Reverse psychiatry. Like whatever it's called. Yeah, that word too. Both of those words. But in this world, dealing with this age of kids, you almost have to make them think it was their idea in order for them to do it. For real. Like, I'm think about it like this. And when you was a kid, people did the same thing. Like when you did, like if you was doing something and you was making that shit seem fun as hell, like motherfuckers was like, what the fuck? Like, yo, what is you doing? Like, let me try. That shit seemed fun as hell. Let me try. Right? Think about if you did that with chores and stuff. Why you think I be listening to music, jamming out while I'm vacuuming and stuff like that? Right? Because I'm making this a good task, right? As opposed to like, oh, I gotta vacuum. Oh, I gotta do the dishes. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, I was tricking my siblings like that. They would complain about doing the dishes. I'd be like, what are you talking about? Doing the dishes is fun. I don't see how y'all having a problem with doing the dishes. It's like, what are you talking about? I was like, each plate, each cup, each fork, it's no difference than having a toy in the tub. You get what I'm saying? Now you not doing dishes. You playing with toys in the tub. You get what I'm saying? They was mad as hell. Like, what do you mean? I was like, I'll show you. You know what I mean? I put the bubbles in one side of the water. It's all foamy and bubbly. I got the clean water in the other side of the sink. You know what I'm saying? I'm diving, boom, you know, cups and shit from the dirty side to the clean side, scooping up water, doing all of this shit, splashing water in there. Oops, might have got it on the sit. They looking at me like, motherfucker, you really in here having fun? You damn right I'm in here having fun. What the fuck you want me to do? You want me to be miserable? Even if I'm miserable, guess what? The dishes still got to get done. That's how I don't see, like, people keep on asking me, like, how are you doing it? Like, how are you just being positive about everything? I'm just choosing to look at, you know what I mean? Like, every day you get up, you know you got to go to work. So why get up and make it a fucking, I got to go to this fucking job again. And you're going to have to do it again tomorrow. So why not just be happy? People used to be mad as hell when it's 5:30 in the morning. I'm coming in, ¿cómo está? Like they looking at me like motherfucker. Even the Spanish people in the front was looking at me like, hey, amigo, you know, they calling me crazy and shit. Like, why he so happy in the morning? I'm coming in, they mad. Look, shit was so crazy at the warehouse. I'm cooking shit, big meals, lasagna, shit like that, bringing it into the warehouse. dropping that shit off in the front, and I never seen any of the food that I brought to none of the what you call them. These ladies was like, oh, can you cook this? Can you make us this? Can you make us that? And I'm in the back working, and as I'm sitting back there, you know how you reflect on things. I'm sitting back there, I'm like, these motherfuckers is using me for free food and shit. Because I never seen none of the, like, I would put the food in there. Nobody would never save me none. It's not like nobody walked in the back and was like, hey, did you get any of that? Like, none of that shit. I couldn't leave the machine after I turned it on. You know what I mean? So half the time I would just cook it. They would ask for something like, oh, you're going to cook something else? Like, are you going to bring us a different dish? You know, shit like that. I'm like, yeah, I'll make something, you know, next week or whatever. Because I used to like work overtime in the front. Like, so I would work in the back, and then when it was no work in the back, they'll try to get me to come in on Saturdays and work overtime packing stuff in the front with them in the sewing area. So every time I would come in on those days, that's what I would do. Like, I would either bring in like the donuts or bring in like pizza or something for lunch, because that's giving the crew members that I'm getting in the back to do this overtime, that's giving them an incentive. You get what I'm saying? So when I get the crew members from the back to work a Saturday that I'm working, if I say like I'm working this Saturday, if anybody want to work Saturday, let me know. I'll put them on a list. When they come in on their Saturdays, I give them the incentive, because it's already a Saturday. You're already complaining. Why are you gonna fucking make it harder for them? That's gonna make them say, man, fuck that. I ain't coming in on no more Saturdays. I ain't coming in. I ain't doing it. I give them donuts and pizza because I know they're gonna go and talk about that. Yeah, shit. He gave us donuts and shit. Shit, I might come in next Saturday and he gonna be there with donuts and shit. Like, even the smallest thing, you know what I mean? Smallest thing, especially if you do pizza. You know what I'm saying? Like, I used to like I'll tell them, like, if we get everything done before Thursday and all the ships go out, everything go out, like Friday, we just gonna have a little party back here. And people didn't like it. Everybody liked it because everybody talked about it. But because everybody talked about it, everybody was trying to come back there and work because they couldn't get it unless they were part of the crew.
It disrupted the
So the whole
system.
Yeah, so the whole warehouse is like, what the fuck? Like, bro, what are you doing back there? We working.
Effectively managing.
Hey, we working. What are you talking about? We doing work back there. You know what I mean? Like, as long as the product's getting done, like, so, like, they had to accept how I was working because it was getting the job done. Right. And even on the days that they try to put somebody else back there, they would have so much messed up product because they didn't know the measurements. They didn't know what fabrics to mix in the back to get the firmness of the product and all of that stuff. Right. I didn't keep that knowledge from anybody, but I learned it from, you know what I'm saying? I watched the previous dude and the mistake that he was making, and I seen what percentage of fabrics that he was putting in the machine to get the stuff to come out, so on and so forth. And then I learned from not making his mistakes. Right. So when the measurement came, I went with my own mathematical equation. He trying to teach me some other shit. Right. And they said that he's been trying to learn the machine for 2 years, whereas though I learned the machine in 3 weeks, and they try to put me on my own shift. Well, when they put me on my own shift, my shift started doing better than the morning shift. So then they asked me to take over the morning shift. Then when I took over the morning shift, they put the dude that was originally running the machine in the front with the sewers and said that they need him up there. Right. So now I'm running this machine day shift and night shift, both shifts. Right. 5 o'clock in the morning, damn near running to 9 o'clock at night. So everybody in the warehouse was getting like, they was mad, but they couldn't do nothing because the product was right. You get what I'm saying? So even with their complaints, they couldn't do shit because they couldn't find nobody else that can run the machine. They was telling me like, oh, teach this person how to run the machine. And I would teach them how to run the machine, still wasn't running right. It got to the point where the maintenance man had to sabotage the machine. The maintenance man, like, he tried to, we running the machine and I hear a sound that I know I'm not supposed to be hearing because I tuned to the whole sound of the machine by working it, right? I'm not supposed to be hearing that sound, shouldn't be hearing that sound. So I'm telling him, like, listen, I'm hearing a sound coming from the belts. I shouldn't be hearing this sound coming from the belts. When we open it up, the thing is supposed to be running on 3 belts. It's running on 2 belts. He tells me, oh, it's fine running on 2 belts. I'm telling him it can't be fine running on 2 belts. It was supposed to run on 3 belts. If it was fine running on 2 belts, it would have been a 2-belt fucking machine. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be running on 3 belts. And you got me running it all day. Once I turn it on at 6 in the morning, I'm not turning it off until 9 at night. You're overrunning the machine, and it's only running on 2 belts. So he wanted his son to have the job. So what he did was, after I started running the machine, I'm sitting there, I'm on one side of the machine with the measurements, making sure it's coming out right. And when I look around the corner, he's walking towards the back, but he turns one of the machines up in the back. So now this Harper over here is pushing the product faster into the duct, which causes a clog up. Right? So now I'm feeling a certain type of way because now my gangster, like, I feel like I'm stuck between like one of those situations where, as a businessman, I'm supposed to go to the warehouse manager and let this be known. You know what I mean? But as a hood nigga, I'm like, that's kind of like snitching. You know what I'm saying? So I want to confront him. You know what I mean? I want to be like, bro, why you just sabotage the machine like that? You know what I'm saying? So now there's a hold up on the machine. He's got to do his job, right? Because he got to fix the machine, right? So I'm really contemplating this shit. Like, I walk out to my car, I come back in. I'm really contemplating this shit. Like, why he doing me like that? Like, why he sabotaging me like that? You the maintenance man, nigga. Like, if the machine's not running, you gotta work. So I'm mad. You know what I'm saying? So I say something to him, but I don't say nothing in a mean way. I'm like, I'm telling him, like, and I'm telling him in front of people, I'm like, what you're doing is dumb as hell because you're sabotaging the machine and you got to fix the machine. So no matter how this shit works, I'm still getting paid, right? It's your fault the machine ain't working because your job is to fix the machine. My job is to run the machine, right? So if the machine's not running, then I'm good. Because all my job is to run the machine, right? And I said, no matter how you look at this, right? No matter how fucked up you make this situation, I still got a job to do, and you still got a job to do. So if you make my job harder, it's going to make your job harder. So get the machine running so I can do my job, so your job can be that much easier, right? He didn't like the way I talked to him at all because I talked to him in front of people like that, right? So now he get the machine running. I'm running the machine. I see him storm off, mad as hell, talking out loud. Fuck that shit. Nobody's gonna talk to me that way. Da, 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 da. I see him storming to the front, right? Everybody's back there laughing. I'm back there running the machine. You know, I'm laughing on the inside though. I'm back there running the machine. And then like the machine go down again. I said, well, better call maintenance. Now I gotta walk all the way to his office in the front and get him and then go all the way in the back. So now it looks like I'm antagonizing. You know what I'm saying? Now it looks like I'm at, you know what I mean? So I go all the way up there. I'm like, the machine's down again. And I just walk to the front. Walk back to the machine. Yeah, I'm talking about when I say furious, mad as hell. Mad as hell. The warehouse manager called me to the front, everything. He said, he sent me home that day. He's like, oh, such and such is mad, he's saying, this, that, and the third, talking, about going to the truck and getting stuff out the truck. And I'm like, that sounds like someone's making a threat on my life. And for you to keep the person that's making a threat on my life instead of sending them home, that says a lot, right? But I ain't say nothing because I want home, right? So like the next day come, I didn't go to work the next day. I called off, right? So now they calling me in. They calling me. Are you coming in? You know, da, 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 da. So like I think I took one day off and then I came in the next day or something. When I say it was like fucked up product everywhere, it's like the whole day that they ran the machine, nothing can get packaged or go out. It was all fucked up product. The whole warehouse was backed up with fucked up product. And people came out the office, did an evaluation, like everything. They created like fire hazards, all types of shit because they was putting stuff around doors. None of the ships can go out. I mean, none of the trucks can go out because they just backed up everything. So in my mind, I'm like, I got y'all. I got y'all because y'all need me more than I need y'all. So when they came with like a $2 raise, I was like, nope. Don't want it. Don't want it. I knew what they was paying the maintenance man. He getting $23 an hour. If he getting $23 an hour to fuck shit up on purpose, then I need to at least get 18 to run this machine. They gave me 16. I pretend like I was happy with it. It wasn't bad though, because all the overtime I was putting in, my checks was looking big as hell. I was damn near living there though. Like it was like,
yeah.
I mean, I was just going home to shower, smoke, and sleep.
Like your whole purpose in life is just to work for that company.
That's what made me quit.
Yeah.
But at that time, I was in touch with the company in Pittsburgh putting together the spring stick to automatically go to a toilet seat. I was talking to them, and they were like, "Okay, we did the 30-year extensive background, and we came back, nothing's out there like this, so on and so forth." So we started getting like the prototype together and everything like that. And like me, my energy is, I'm like, shit, I'm about to be an inventor. I don't need this motherfucking job. I ain't about to be riding around on motherfucking forklift. I'm about to be an inventor. Shit. So I'm getting all big headed before I don't even know the you know what I'm saying? I don't even know the protocol on this shit. He, you know, I'm talking to him. He's like, yeah, I'm going to send you some this and send you some paperwork for a percentage of shit like that. So like he was like, I think like I signed the contract for like them to get like 12% out of the 15. You know what I mean? It was either 12% or 15%. You know what I mean? But then other percentage come off too. Like when you find a distribution deal, they get a certain percentage. When you find, so what they're trying to do is they'll try to push you to where as though, you know, 50, you're getting a lesser share of your own product or whatever. But I didn't look at that. I overlooked all of that. But I'm getting big headed on the job. Man, listen, y'all motherfuckers got to put up with this shit. I ain't got to put up with this shit. I'm about to be a motherfucking inventor. You know what I mean? I'm walking around. I got business cards and shit. I'm like, shit, I'm about to be a motherfucking inventor. It don't matter if it's a, you know, toilet seat inventor. It's a motherfucking inventor title. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I'm about to have a new title out this motherfucker. I'm about to be an inventor, right? So, needless to say, I got big headed.
Yeah.
Quit the motherfucking job too soon. No. Quit the motherfucking job too soon. I made I sent them the $2,000 for the background, all the other shit, right? I sent them that and shit. And then when I got the contract, like the contract was like 10,000.
Yeah.
10 to 12,000. Like that's how much more I needed to get the prototype project off the ground. So all of that shit, I needed 10 or more thousand. But it was gonna put me on a payment plan, right? But it was a catch in their payment plan. It's like once you start the payment plan, if you miss a payment, then the product becomes theirs. I read that as a clause. I read that. So you know what I did, right? I signed the contract, but I never made one payment. Because if you read the clause in the contract, they actually trick themselves, because it's once I start the payment, then it initiates the ability for you to take full control over the product, right? But if I never start a payment, then I just got you motherfuckers locked in a contract. So once I get the 10,000, then I just present the 10,000 to them, and then now I'm not stuck losing my you know what I mean?
Intellectual property.
Yeah. I know they tricking me. It was on idealbuyers.com. Come on. When they started contacting me from idealbuyers.com, I knew that was something. I was like, hold on. So wait, I put this on idealbuyers.com. Y'all thought it was a great idea. So if y'all thought it was a great idea, then this motherfucker must be a great idea, because that means you see a market around it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I already presented a lot of details. I told them, like, women do the most shopping in the house. So if women see a product in the stores that's going to push the toilet seat back down, knowing that they ass is getting wet the most from this problem, this is going to sell out of stores. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. It was Shark Tank. That's where I put the idea at originally, on Shark Tank. But when you go to apply for Shark Tank, if you don't have it out there yet, like if you don't have like a prototype or some type of starting project projection of it, like the Shark Tank won't let you up there. So you got to at least have it in, like they at least have to see like a 1 year, 2 year trajectory. That's why they say, like, where do you see this going, so on and so forth, whatever the case may be. So when you go apply for Shark Tank actually sends you to idealbuyers.com. So Shark Tank sent me to idealbuyers.com, and then that's how they got in touch with me, because I put 2 ideas on idealbuyers.com. They got in touch with me with both of them. They said, after we work on the first one, then we can start talking about some of these other ideas that you have. Yeah, Shark Tank want to see those numbers. So we had to do, like, the 30-year extensive search, backtrack, make sure that nobody came out with this. Now we found like whole commodes, that, work electronically, put in the seat back, but nothing that you can attach to any toilet seat that automatically put the seat back down. So, I was trying to, figure out the weight, because some people got porcelain toilet, some people got wood toilet, some people got the plastic toilet. So I was trying to figure out the weight for the pressure of the spring for the timer, because average man stands at the toilet for less than 2 minutes to piss. So if the spring is set for a 2-minute timer, then after 2 minutes it automatically pushes the seat back down, right? Because a man shouldn't be standing at the toilet for more than 2 minutes. If you standing at the toilet more than 2 minutes taking a piss, then you should probably see a doctor.
Yeah, because there are men that have issues, prostate issues, that will have a harder time.
Yeah, but most likely those men know that they probably should be sitting down.
They probably should be.
Yeah, I don't know. But however you look at it, the spring will be on a timer, and after a certain amount of time, it will push the seat down. Or I thought about having a spring stick that was set for a specific time at night. You know what I mean? So basically, you will set the thing for, like, say, 10 o'clock at night or whatever the case may be. That way, because y'all wake up in the middle of the night. For some reason, women like to pee in the dark. And for some reason, y'all don't look where y'all putting y'all ass at when y'all do pee in the dark. I don't know why y'all rush in the bathroom and, okay, I know why y'all don't turn the light on, because you're half asleep and the light is gonna fuck with your eyes. So you just keep the light off. But you know what I'm saying? The whole, just sticking your ass out there and just, sitting on the seat, I think that's a lack of accountability on y'all half, because y'all should be looking where y'all sticking y'all ass at. It shouldn't be up to us to make sure y'all ass got a safe space to land.
Yes,
But
yes. If you're gonna pee though, couldn't you just put the seat down?
yes, We can, but when you have kids in the house, it's not always a guarantee that that seat's going down.
And
You know what I mean? But since y'all did put it upon us to solve this problem, I figured that I'll solve it with an invention. Yeah, I'll take it upon myself to help y'all out and solve this problem with an invention, because there's nothing like walking around with a wet ass, right? You don't know if it's about to break out. You don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Toilet water is the most dangerous thing on them cheeks. You know what I'm saying? You start getting boils and shit on your cheeks. You know what I'm saying? The last thing you want is ugly cheeks. Fuck up your whole summer adventure. You know what I'm saying? You ain't, you know what I'm saying, sun out, fun out. You ain't got the right bathing suits to cover up the fact that your ass been dipped in toilet water. So, you know what I'm saying? I think that, you know, collectively, this product is going to sell out the yin yang when it does hit the stores. Yes, you're right. At a, you know, men have to put the seat down. You're right, but kids don't always put the seat down. In fact, kids will take the lazy route, and instead of putting the seat up, and when you tell a kid they got to put the seat back down, they take the lazy route and never lift the seat up. They'll be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna never lift the seat up. So then they just piss all over the seat. You know what I'm saying? Kids do that. Shit, it's some adults that do that shit. That be like, man, I ain't even gonna lift the seat up. I think I can just aim straight for the, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna go give this stuff to Bacon.
Okay. I always put the seat up and put the seat down.
You think I should?
But see, I'm trauma bitten. I'm trauma written. So a lot of things I do because there was some ass whoopings. There was some consequences that came behind that. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? My mom would have lined everybody up in the house to take an ass whooping for that seat. I think that's where it come from. I think somewhere along the line, we got lined up for that seat being, all the boys got lined up in the house for an ass whooping for that taller seat. And now I'm like, if I walk past the bathroom and see the taller seat up, I'll go in there and put the taller seat down. If I just walk past it and see the taller seat up, I'm like, somebody about to get an ass whooping for that. I'm grown as hell in my own houses, and I'm still thinking somebody about to get an ass whooping. I'm fucked up, but I deal with it in my mind though. A lot of my OCDs, a lot of my, you know what I'm saying, it comes from like a troubled. I just use it, you know, positively. I just changed it around and used it positively. You know what I mean? For real. I got an ass whooping so bad one time out my sleep that it stopped me from needing alarm clocks. You know what I mean? Ass whooping so great. I no longer need an alarm clock to wake up. If you could tell me right now, wake up at 6 o'clock tomorrow, I'm gonna be up at 6 o'clock. Why? Because you told me to. The two, because the last time I missed the motherfucking alarm clock, I got my ass whooped. And I ain't missed an alarm clock since. Now, I'm not saying everybody should get an ass whooping for missing their alarm, but I promise you, after that ass whooping, I was a light sleeper. You know what I'm saying? When you beat me out my sleep, oh yeah, I'm a light sleeper. I hear everything. Yeah, I'm up. Huh? Who was that? What was that? When I was younger, it was bad because I would go from a laying position to standing straight up. It was scaring people. People said that it was like, they was like, man, you sleep scary. Like shit, when you wake up, you stand straight up out your sleep. I was like, what the fuck is you talking about? And then I caught myself doing that shit. I was like, yo, is this what the fuck they was talking about? Like somebody will walk close to the bed and I'll stand straight up. They be like, what the fuck? Like, man, listen, I'm sorry. Trouble past. You know what I'm saying? Trouble past. Shit. Make me a light sleeper. I gotta listen to the sounds of the house. Like even if somebody have a fan, I gotta, you know, recognize that fan sound in my sleep and still, you know the rest of the sounds of the house. You know what I mean? Like I learned sounds. Like I used to sit like with my eyes closed and listen to the sounds of things in the house. Like You know what I mean? Like, you ever actually sit and listen to TV, like not watch it, but just listen to it. I used to listen to Live in Color and paint the picture of what I think is happening in my head. Like, homie, don't play that, all of that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So like when in a household, like I know all the sounds of the house already. Like 9 times out of 10, I don't got to get out the bed. You know what I mean? Because if you tap me and you say, I just heard something, right? When I hear it, I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. Oh, yeah, it's windy outside. When it's windy outside, the tree on the side of the house taps the window. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how that's how observant I am, or that's how much because not only do I do the perimeter checks to make sure the doors are locked at the end of the night, I'm the last one to go to, you know what I'm saying? I'm the last one to go to sleep at night to make sure, you know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of different variations of things, but I just chuck it up as like a OCD, you know what I mean? And leave it at that. Like, if it's dishes in the sink, I try to wash the dishes, get the dishes out the sink before the end of the night. So there's no dishes in the sink. And that goes because my grandma had those roaches. And roaches go to where's water at. So when you leave those droplets in the sink, like if you know your neighbor got roaches, you better dry your sink out. Like take a cloth and dry it out from the water because they're going to come up from the sewer lines and shit. But, however you look at this, like there's a lot of things that trauma, whatever situations that I reanalyzed and made the best, like took the best version of that situation, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm telling you, when I looked it up that you can have albino roaches, when I looked up what it takes for a colony to have an albino roach, I was shocked. I was shocked. I was shocked, you know, at how many roaches has to be born before a colony has an albino roach. I didn't even know it was a such thing as albino roaches. I didn't even know. I didn't even know. You know? In that moment, I fell for that white roach. Like in that moment, I was like, damn, that's fucked up. How you the only white roach in a room, in a society full of brown roaches? That's fucked up. So, I thought about it and I was like, damn, I can only imagine what you going through. They don't want to go out with you no more because you can't blend in. You can't hide like they can hide. You know what I mean? If the lights come on, they all hide in this shit. You a whole white roach. Like you can't hide like they hide. You done. So you gonna get them caught. They can't fucking go out, you know what I'm saying? And they can't go out and scavenge in the kitchen with you. You a whole white roach. I thought about that, man. I really thought about that. Like, damn, that white roach got it rough. For real, I put myself in that white roach, that white roach shoes. I was like, man, that white roach got it rough. That got to be you can't get no cutty in the you know what I'm saying? You can't get no cutty in the workplace, and you can't get no cutty back at the back at the roach hive because you the only white roach. You know what I'm saying? So ain't nobody trying to throw the white roach no cutty. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, that's fucked up. Who building a family with the white roach? That's got to be lonely. You don't look like none of the other roaches. And what's sad is that's just fucked up. That damn white roach, man. When I seen that white roach on the wall, first of all, do y'all even, man, y'all be thinking I'm joking about this white roach shit. I'm gonna look this shit up right now. We about to solve this motherfucker together. I don't even know how to ask the damn question. I don't even know how to ask the damn question.
This shit said, why does white roaches really exist? I told you. I told y'all. If you find a white roach or albino cockroach in your home, business, or neighbors, you might be a little excited or nervous about this seemingly rare observation. Relax. They actually aren't rare at all. It's true of most cockroach species that all roaches spend a few hours several times a day their lives as white roaches. So it is not common. Why don't you see white roaches or albino roaches then? Hold on, is these motherfuckers like changing? Like, is throughout the day they sitting there as white roaches and then they come out as Negro roaches? That's fucked up. Y'all is wrong for that shit. That sounds racist. That sounds racist because that mean they only letting the Negro roaches get in trouble. That sounds fucked up. Now I think about it, that do sound kind of fucked up that we only catch the Negro roaches. These motherfucking white roaches is getting away with shit. First, it's important to know that these are two different conditions. As common as white roaches are, these have never been a documented case of an albino cockroach, at least not one that fits the definition of albinos. According to the National Organization Albino, whatever, what the fuck? Y'all really had a conversation about albino roaches? Why do you rarely see white cockroaches? White cockroaches are arthropods, and just like arthropods, they do not have a spine. Hold on, y'all. I know we never thought that we was gonna be studying roaches today. Nah, I want y'all to think about something. That means we only catching the black roaches, huh? That means we only seeing the black roaches. That means the white roaches are smarter or something, or they just send the. Is it like the black roaches is the only ones that go out and hunt or something, or the white roaches? What the fuck is going on? We only catching the black roaches. We racist. We need to do better. We need to catch the white roaches. We need to hold the white roaches accountable too. We only punishing black roaches. This shit ain't right. Now I feel bad. Now I feel like a fucked up person. I feel like I did something wrong. You mean to tell me this whole time I've been only judging black roaches? Damn, that's fucked up. Damn, that's fucked up. Yeah, albino roaches ain't got no spines and stuff. But we did that. Damn, I feel like I've been being prejudiced or something. Like, you mean to tell me this whole time I just been taking my anger out on black roaches? That's fucked up. Got to be more careful. All right, we're gonna have to let a couple of black roaches, you know what I'm saying, get away with some shit. We can't just keep on. We're gonna have to let the black roaches get away with some shit, man. It's only right. It's only right. Some of them gotta make it back. Somebody said a roach is a roach. Exterior skeleton, exoskeleton provides the structure their body needs to operate properly because exterior is ridged and cannot change size once it is set on the insert. Cockroaches must get larger and grow by a process called molding. Molding is when cockroaches periodically shed their exoskeleton, replace it with. Yeah, see, as a kid though,
As a kid, though, I wasn't really like. I was just like, I couldn't believe that I seen a white roach. Like, and my brothers and them didn't want to believe me. And we didn't have the internet at that time. I didn't have a cell phone that I could pull out to record that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, maybe they was just like, man, he just makes shit up. You know what I mean? When I said I seen the white roach and shit, maybe they was just like, man, he just be making shit up. You know what I mean? But these motherfucking white roaches is real. And we just out here punishing the black roaches. This is fucked up. Oh, this is a flying roach? Is this a flying white roach? Babyroaches.com. What the fuck? Light brown cockroaches, white cockroaches, albino. Hold on. So roaches going through the same shit we going through. What the fuck? Damn, I ain't think that. So you mean to tell me roaches going through the same shit we going through? We got to think about this. We got to think about this. I'm starting to think that we control a lot more, man. Maybe roaches are going through racism because we going through racism. Huh? You think that? You think if we stop being prejudiced towards each other, then animals will stop being prejudiced towards each other? Y'all think that we might have that much control over the consciousness where if we start getting along, animals might start getting along? What y'all think? Let's try that. Let's try getting along. If we start getting along and then the animals don't start getting along, and then we might be on to something. You know what I'm saying? For real, the bears and shit are already leaving Yellowstone Park. You know what I'm saying? The cattle just ran up out that bitch the other day. So, like, I think we should try something different. You know what I mean? I think we should try something different. I think we should try a friendly approach to life. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe consciously we starting all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? You know? Maybe consciously we're the reasons why. Tigers might fuck around and eat grass. You hear me? Tigers might really fuck around and eat grass, but since we have painted them into the idea of carnivals, man, maybe that's why. You know what I mean? I really need an edible right now.
Me too.
I'm just trying to get you to think about some shit. That's all. Nah, that's only Tony. Tony, the only tiger that eat frosted flakes. But Tony don't identify as a tiger. Tony says that he's like 15% panther. 5-part lion. I think somewhere he said there's a panda of like 10% panda or some shit like that. So Tony don't really like identify as a tiger per se. He identifies as something different. Yeah, so don't misidentify Tony the Tiger, all right? Yeah, he might be like a liger, like a lion and a tiger, or he might be a ligereer, a lion, a tiger, and a deer. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because it's Tony. You know what I'm saying? And he's great. So there's no telling. Like Tony come with some extra shit, gene manipulation, some other shit. You know what I'm saying? He's the only tiger walking on two. So damn sure something ain't right there. I think he might maybe mix with a kangaroo. What? Tony the Tiger dad might be Jack the kangaroo or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Tony might be half kangaroo. Yeah, he walk on two. He might be half kangaroo. Just saying. So we can't really like, you know, credit Tony like that as a tiger. We can't really put that on him like that. You know, he's what they call non-binary. Yeah, yeah, he's a non-binary tiger.
Asexual.
Nah. He's swinging it. Yeah. He's just not tied to
I've never
the
seen him with a woman ever.
who Tony.
Nope, no partner ever.
Huh?
We never made him a counterpart.
Nah, see, when you great, you don't get that.
No.
Yeah. Tony don't get no Cuddy. Why you think he came out with Frosted Flakes? Because they're more than good. You know what I'm saying? If they were good, then they would have put another character on there because they would have been good. And he would need something else to make them great. But he himself making them more than good. You don't you don't need no significant other with that. You know what I mean? Because it was more than good.
Well, that's why I thought that asexual people don't have sex.
Well, that's why. See, that's what I'm saying. Like you're looking at this wrong way. Like we wasn't trying to come out with like baby flakes or nothing like that. Like we just we just we just wanted to frosting them motherfuckers up a little bit. We ain't trying to come out with baby flakes. We ain't trying to come out with baby grapes. We ain't trying to none of that shit. Ain't no baby tiger box. None of that shit. Like. We wasn't trying to do none of that. We wasn't.
Kellogg's. If you come out with the baby flakes, the idea came from this.
We wasn't trying to do none of that. So, yeah, I think it was just solo dolo. You know what I mean? Just Frosted Flakes by itself. That's it. Hey, motherfuckers, if you come out with baby flakes, then you got to go with the whole storyline. You know what I'm saying? But. If they do that, then I hope they still keep Tony the same. Just be like, you know, he adopted or something, or you know, the mother dropped him off or some shit. Baby flakes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, that changed the whole commercial right there. Like, don't it? Like, you can't say, "Hey, Tony, I like the things you do," because now you know Tony out there fucking and shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't just put that on Tony. Like right now, we think Tony out there, you know what I'm saying, magic rainbows and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But now you done fucked up the storyline of Tony. Like, cause now if Tony out there being a deadbeat dad and shit, like it's like, "Hey Tony, I like the things you do. Hey Tony, if I could, I would be you. You're the one and only tiger with the one and only taste." See, if you add more shit to that equation, now he not the one and only tiger. You know what I'm saying? Because now Tony got a baby mom. Tony got tiger kids. You know what I'm saying? Tiger friends and shit. That means there's a whole motherfucking kangaroo tiger community somewhere, right? That's too much. That's too much right there. That's too much. You giving this kangaroo tiger too much. You know what I'm saying? So
Tigeroo.
Yeah, like you giving them too much right now. We just trying to sell cornflakes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's all they was really that's all they was trying to do was trying to sell cornflakes. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't trying to do the extra shit. You know what I'm saying? It's bad enough that they tricked us with these whole Frosted Flake things in the first place, because Frosted Flakes ain't nothing more than cornflakes with sugar on them, right? So it's bad enough that they tricked us with these motherfucking cornflakes and turned them into Frosted Flakes. But now you want to give these motherfuckers a whole community? Like, nah, the trick was good enough to make us think that cornflakes was Frosted Flakes when all you did was sprinkle sugar on these motherfuckers. I could have did that with that white box that just had cornflakes on that motherfucker. Yeah, I didn't need Tony to do that. You know what I'm saying? We could still be using the rooster with powdered sugar. It was the same thing.
With powdered sugar.
Or that's all it is, cornflakes.
Yeah.
Tony the Tiger was bold enough to tell y'all that shit in the beginning, but then he realized like, oh shit, we telling on ourselves. And in the first song, he was like, "Hey Tony, I like the things you do. Hey Tony, if I could, I would be you." And then they say, "You're the one and only tiger with the one and only taste. You know how to take some cornflakes and make them frosted flakes." I said, motherfucker, did they just, when I was listening to that shit in 1994, I said, hold on. We couldn't rewind commercials back then. But I was like, hold on. Did they just say what I think they said? I had to like wait until the next time I could catch the commercial and shit to really listen to it at the TV and shit. I'm like, this
Do you
motherfucker
remember like taking a tape deck and like going over to the
for
thing
radio and stuff. Yeah, for
like,
trying to record stuff.
I used
Yeah.
to do that for commercials.
In the song, they say, "You're the one and only tiger with the one and only taste. You know how to take some cornflakes and make them frosted flakes. They're more than good. They're great." And in my mind, I'm sitting there like, these motherfuckers is playing us right to our face. Motherfucker literally just told us that they took cornflakes and made them frosted flakes. And that's when I knew that this world wasn't real. Because at that moment, I knew I could be Tony the Tiger. I tried to show my brothers and them that I was Tony the Tiger. They're like, "What you talking about?" I went and got the government cornflakes off the refrigerator and made a bowl of cereal and put sugar on it. And I said, "Look, I'm Tony the Tiger." I said, "What the fuck is you talking about?" I said, "I just made frosted flakes. It's cornflakes. I made them great by putting sugar on them. I'm Tony the Tiger. I could be Tony the Tiger. You could be Tony the Tiger too. Get you a bowl." They looked at me like I was stupid. But to me, I was Tony. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know. That's why I say my mind different. I view this shit differently. You can't tell me he the one and only tiger with the one and only taste. I got to go find another tiger that got a different taste. But I didn't find that. I found a motherfucking polar bear sitting on a box. You know what I'm saying? And the box don't even say frosted flakes on that motherfucker. It just say like frost or some shit on there. And the polar bear sitting on the side of that motherfucker with the bowl. You know what I'm saying? That's the other brand that's that's the other brand that's out there. That motherfucker polar bear just sitting there. That motherfucker just say frosted. That motherfucker in the blue box just sitting there. That motherfucker say frosted. Hey, shit. Coming in a bag that say frosted on that bitch. Who is you and where the fuck did you come from?
I'm gonna tell you what. If I had 13 kids, I wouldn't buy a box of cereal, bag of cereal. No way. No way. Cereal goes better than anything.
Yeah, you couldn't have been my mom because you was the type of motherfucker tricking people, telling them they was eating cereal in the morning and it come out as oatmeal. It is cereal, hot cereal. Get your ass. This ain't no motherfucking cereal. I remember the first foster home that hit me with the bullshit. That lady woke us up, said, "Come on, get up. We're eating cereal for breakfast." I ran downstairs swearing I swore I was going to get some cereal. Ran downstairs, this motherfucker got oatmeal on us. I said, "This ain't no damn cereal." I'm mad as hell. Fucked up my whole morning. This ain't no damn cereal. Yes, it is. It's hot cereal. This oatmeal, motherfucker. I know oatmeal when I see it. Don't you try to change the name of this shit to try to make it seem better. This ain't no motherfucking cereal. This motherfucking oatmeal. Yeah, it's hot cereal. No, it's not. This is motherfucking oatmeal. I know motherfucking oatmeal when I see oatmeal. This is oatmeal. Sorry. And then they try to be all smart and shit and point the fucking fact out that the Quaker oatmeal thing says hot cereal. I don't give a fuck what that box say. This ain't no motherfucking this is fucking oatmeal. That shit had me mad as hell. That lady this is my first foster home, right? This is right after we get taken from, you know what I'm saying, our mom. You know what I'm saying? This is right after they came and took us from our mom and separated us. You know what I'm saying? The least you could do is give us some cereal. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The least you could do is give us some fucking cereal. You know what I'm saying? Don't trick us. You know what I'm saying? Don't trick me. Tell me, come on, get up, cereal. And then I run down there and it's oatmeal. You know what I mean? And not even the flavor oatmeal. It's not even like I could pick my own pack and get like peach or apple or some shit like that. You got this big ass pot of fucking bland ass oatmeal, and all you doing is giving me a fucking piece of butter to put in that shit. Not even sugar to put in that motherfucker. You just give me a piece of butter, and here you go. This is fucking oatmeal. This is
fruit.
I'm sitting there counting the way. I'm counting all the ways that this shit is not cereal. You know what I'm saying? And then the lady gonna try to pour milk on that shit to try to make it that much more cereal. Like, oh, look, see, it is cereal. I almost knocked that shit on the floor. I almost knocked that shit on the floor. Trying to trick me like that. Don't fuck with my motherfucker. Don't fuck with my brain. I might be young, but I'm ready. Ready to tear this whole motherfucking house up. Porridge and shit like that. Farina, cream of wheat. Y'all was doing us wrong in the 90s. These motherfucking kids is getting sausage breakfast biscuits with frappuccinos and shit for breakfast. Motherfucking kids is stopping at McDonald's before y'all take them to school. We had to go to school to eat. You better catch that breakfast. I'm going to school early to get a donut. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Don't act like y'all don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm so educated now. Because y'all left, I had to go get education. That's where the food was at. Fuck is you mean? Sometimes we didn't eat unless we went to school and ate lunch. I remember drinking so much water, I made myself sick. I drank so much water one time, I threw up all water. But our stomach was touching our back then. You know what I mean? You know what? Y'all hit the CA. Y'all hit the Cash App. After I done shared them motherfucking stories with y'all, I need to smoke and some more shit, man. I gotta reset the TikTok. I just realized that I just motherfucking trauma bonded with y'all. Get that shit. Y'all motherfucking hit the Cash App or something. After sharing all them stories, I feel like y'all know too much about me now. Shit, y'all. Matter of fact, somebody buy me a breakfast. Anybody want to buy me some cereal? I feel like I need a Saturday with a big bowl of cereal. You know what I'm saying? Feel like I need one of them type of Saturday. Big bowl cereal Saturday. We got to do that shit in the Discord. Everybody gets a big bowl of cereal. Of course, I'm going to bring oatmeal. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to bring oatmeal. I need y'all to bring y'all favorite type of cereal. I'm going to bring some blatant ass oatmeal.
I made new stuffs. Did you see?
In the clothing shop?
Yeah.
I gotta go check it out.
I'm gonna try and do more farmer stuff too. I just haven't been feeling very farmer friendly at the moment. Put some cat stuff in it.
What you gonna say?
He said whatever day you want. Any day you want. Mom's leaving on the 20th, and come on over.
So it'd be good for the 25th, for the weekend of the 25th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we gotta make the flyers for that.
Yeah, that's what I was
working on. Okay. Yeah, if we make
I'm
the
gonna
flyers.
update it with the stuff from that site. Like the grounds and stuff. I have pictures. I just gotta get on my camera. What did you just steal from me?
Oh, I see that. I see it. I appreciate the PayPal. Yeah, so we can start setting up for that and make the flyers for that. Possibly put the location on there. Can we get like do he have pictures of like the area or anything that he can send us to try to make the flyers with?
I took a lot of video, and I haven't wanted to post the pictures because until we knew for sure what we were doing, but I'm gonna make a thumbnail with the pictures that I have, like I did with the Freeway Farms, and then
all right, yeah, do that, and then that way we can at least promote the first event out there, for the 25th, get people out there on the 25th. We'll try to get out there between the 20th and the 25th to set up or whatever.
We have to, because we gotta put the tent out there.
I know.
Hey, you're hurting me. You came over here to bite me.
And at least that would be, that would be in motion. You know what I mean?
Levi, can you go see what Ang is barking at, please?
All right, y'all. We're going to reset this live and start another one. We are already 4.5 hours in. So we're going to take like a 30-minute break or, maybe an hour break or something. And we're going to start up another live. All right. So we're going to be live all day. We're just going to be live about different stuff. Maybe I'll do a story time and we'll just tell a bunch of stories. I don't know. Because I don't really know. All my stories be true. So to y'all, that shit, story time. To me, this my life. You know what I'm saying? To everybody else, it's a story time. To me, I'm just telling about my life. But it is what it is. Love is love. If nobody they love y'all today, let me be the first to tell you that I love you. Namaste, I say, salutations, salam. Hopefully, when we go live in an hour or something like that, we can get some people from TikTok to come up and talk. They're getting scared over there now because they know, like, when they find the pages that's neutral and actually just want the conversation, they don't try to, and then they go look and see that I talk about chakras and stuff like that, so they scared. But y'all see the numbers that TikTok brings. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should come over there and come up in the panel so y'all can start building y'all's page. That's how TikTok works. If you got a TikTok page that you want to build, come over in the box. That way I can tell people to follow you and you can get followers. That's how you build a page. You know what I'm saying? You go and it's one thing to unknowingly siphon somebody's numbers. It's a difference when they're trying to share them with you and telling you, like, this is how we unify. This is how we beat the system. All right?
When I speak, you say you're listening.
I want the YouTube people to come up over there on TikTok or even over here. I be putting over here for them to come up and on TikTok. That way, like, YouTube can talk to the TikTok people. They can hear y'all if y'all come up in the box. Then y'all can get into a conversation too with them. But, everything has to be on free will. So I can't force people to do it. And, people got to put themselves in the operation. So that's the thing about this new world, though. You got to want to operate like this. Until then, keep being yourself. Keep being great.
So cold that chaos sits on your throne. Stuck in a loop for how long? Your pride convinced that right is wrong. When I speak, you say you'll listen.